Okay, back at Starlight. Let's see if I can fix a few things here. Okay. Well, it's not really going to work, is it? It needs to be much tighter than that. This is going to be awkward. Yeah, you see the space on that? Come on. Almost. Just needs a tiny, tiny bit more. I can't really get down enough for this one. 1 second, I think we can put it in. That's about okay. You see the space on the side is it's pretty nasty. Hi Terry. Hi, how are you? Yeah? How have you been, Terry? So, what were you watching? Were you watching some kind of reality TV show or something? And how have you been? I hope you feel a bit better, Terry. I think you're right about that tummy thing as well. I haven't been feeling the best myself all day, tummy-wise anyway. There, that's pretty decent. That's the best that's gonna be. There. That was a nasty little piece to fit, wasn't it? This one will be much the same, I'd say. That one there. I'll make sure and save that. That looks okay. Yeah, that would work. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, my tummy's been at me all day. I think it's ulcer related, but yeah, it's nasty. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Well, I had a few hours sleep, and luckily when I woke up, you know, it wasn't too bad. Alright, we get this one in. So what have you been up to today, Terry? And I grabbed some soda. Although the humidity here is not too bad tonight. Oh, that's something, I suppose. Oh, yeah. So you're still under the weather, so to speak. That one was absolutely totally on that. On the wallpaper. There. Yeah, I better change the setting, you know, on this guy because I think it's a little off. The other ones seem to be pretty okay, but I think the settings on this are a bit off. And once we get that done, we can close this in and we get the entire bottom area finished. Oh, hi Young. How are you? I hope you've been well. It's the good snapping that's doing that, I think. And general snapping is off for some reason. There. Oh, we might be able to fit it in at that. Doing alright. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, not too bad. Doing fine. A little bit of a tummy issue today, and still not 100% over, but it's not much, you know. I think it's related to my ulcer. Kind of flares up every now and again. I'm pretty much on medication for that ulcer for life. That ulcer, yeah. It's not any kind of painkiller or anything. It's like a really heavy duty antacid. Oh, hi Casp. How are you? How have you been? I hope you've been keeping well. We're doing the finishing touches on Starlight. Although this one is going on a long time because You know, we're only doing it every second day, so... Okay, that's wrong. Need to push the one down a little bit. There we go. There. And it should probably hopefully be it. Yeah, that's pretty tight. Yeah, the wallpaper can really mess it up, you know. I think I'm about to faint. I can feel an episode coming on. Oh, as long as you're sitting down and safe, you should be okay, I'd say, Terry. Make sure you are sitting down. Doing alright. Oh, that's good to hear, young. Alright, hope you're doing well. Fine, thanks, Casp. Just, you know, minor issues, not even worth mentioning. Yep, that's it, guys. You see what I want to do? Well, it's just that one to do. Be something like this. Although, that one is too narrow for the seating. But, you know, we can go along with something like this. But once that little area is finished, you know, we're basically finished the entire bottom section. We're doing a bit of work on the bedroom. We're trying to get a kind of different look going on that. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the red rocket thing on this one. I better do it now. Now would be a good time. Right, let's get this one in. Yeah, it's taken a while. You know, we're basically taking our time. You know, mostly chatting and doing tours and that, but Starlight has always taken me a long time to finish. I don't know, there's something about Starlight, it's got such potential, you know? It's got a decent size and, oh, decent location, and, you know, you're forced to build up here, so this is a bit different from, you know, my other build I had here. I think it was a large casino. And the last time I was here. If I'm ever building here again, what I would like to do, although I don't know if the South could take it, if you can imagine maybe 3 stories high, a kind of modern kind of apartment complex, done in a kind of square with a large centre where we could do, you know, maybe a pool and garden, you know, that kind of thing. Well, that's the problem with Starlight. It can be a bit too big, and once you build up on it, you can really overload the cell a lot. But the reason I went with kind of metal look was because of the screen here. You know, this had to be done with metal. So then I thought I'd match the entire thing, you know. It's the little tiny things that's holding me now. So, what have you been up to today, Casp and Young? There, we've just forgot one little thing. I have to be kind of careful with this one. I think I used a red rocket one there because of the cars and that. So I just put that one there. Just for a moment, I think there. And then I'll change some settings and we'll get it in. And then we can carry on with the rest of the... You know, the rest of the decoration. There's not much to go. It's just that little side I've been working on. A few little minor mistakes that I was touching up on. Not much today. I was busy these last 2 days, so yeah, I tried to take it easy. But for the last 2 weeks I have been unusually tired. But I suppose, you know, that's around the same time, you know, the humidity started going off the chart, so maybe, you know, that's a big part of it. The little sleep I was getting, you know, it was interrupting that as well. Oh yeah, we'll see exactly where that is. I think it's around the middle section, and we want to get these two exactly the same. Yeah, basically. Aura's on the second shelf for some reason. That's strange. I wonder, can I move that one? I'd like it a little higher. What, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, yeah. We'll see if it can be moved. And we'll line up both the same. I think I might still be able to grab it. We'll get it into, I didn't cop that one on. A more central position. We can. You see the R? I just push it like that. That's kind of not bad. I've seen worse. Actually, that is central. There's 1, 2. It is. That's silly of me. It already is central. Yeah, one at the bottom, one at the top. Yeah, I already got it central. Silly me. I still need time to wake up, I'm afraid. Yeah, I got it right first time. And welcome back, Terry. Oh, no problem. No problem. There, yeah, that's okay. Okay. Yeah, that's where we need to go with this one as well. Okay. Needs to go back in that tiny bit, I'd say. We can acquire the rocket pieces, I think. That's about right. And that was one little piece I forgot. That's kind of okay, and yeah, let's hop of the ore. Perfect. I know exactly where this needs to go. Oh, hi Levi. Hi, how have you been? I hope you've been well. Have you contacted your GP yet? Sorry if you're constantly, throwing up. It's not a good sign. After the first day or two, it should have subsided a little bit. How have you been, Levi? Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Just some minor tummy issues, all day. Yeah, I get them from time to time. It's an ulcer-related thing. Common. Nothing much. Oh, I just need to push this guy in just a tiny bit. Actually, I think I'll leave it there. I think it's close enough. Well, either way, I can't seem to, there it is. There it is. The other one was something like that. There. Almost. Yeah, that's perfect, guys. Now, we can carry on with the other one. We just put back in our stairs and we're ready to go. But if you're throwing up, you can get, medication to quell that. Because if you're constantly throwing up, you'll keep losing liquid and you'll dehydrate, especially in this weather, I think to a certain extent we all need, doctor's help from time to time. Hi, Lady Grey. Hi. How are you? Now, right, that was a little bit we missed. Now we just gotta do this one. I hate doing these, but it's the last piece, Once we have this done, yeah, we're pretty much good to go. So, let's see how many of these we might need. But that's the mistakes fixed, at least. So we just need to put these guys in, and then our consoles, and this is going to be an absolute drag. That needs to be done, so let's get a start on it. About silver lining, once we do that, we're finished. There's zero else to do on the lower level. Just finished the bedroom. Then the entire building is finished. Oh yeah, we have to change the settings for this one. We push them into place. And then get in our consoles. Now. No, it's not bad. Yeah, okay. It's just staying upright, so we'll try this one. We can use this one and then we get the other guys in. This is something like, okay. Okay. That was a mistake. We needed a little more space on that one. Something about there. Yeah. There. That's more like it. So what have we done here? We've kind of put 2 on that. Okay. We'll see if we can do the same on the other one. We need 1 each side. And then we check the central thing. I've been using this as a kind of a height measurement, so we'll need it for a little while. Now let's find these signs. I think they're in special somewhere. And then just the consoles, you know, with the pedestal. Then we're done. I myself a bloke. Ah. Oh, hi Lantern. Doing fine, thanks. Hope you're doing well also. How have you been, Lantern? Yeah, we're getting it over and done with, hopefully. But a settlement like this, you know, it never ends. You think you've got a section finished and then you come up with some other idea and you know, you're stuck on it again for another while. There it is. And this is the only way I could really decorate these ones. And the passageway is very narrow. Something like that we're doing. How many did we put on the other side? Because I think these guys are roughly... Well, no, the other one is longer. But we have... about 1.5, I think. Oh, I see. I see what we've done. We've got on every carpet piece. Yeah, we can do that. We can space it out to about roughly the same size. 1 in every carpet space, okay. Ah, not so much here. Okay, we'll have to go on that then. Let's say halfway, and we'll use a joint on each of the wallpapers. So yeah, it will be something like this now. You know, roughly. And then the next one here. There's still going to be a few of them, isn't there? We'd have to be, you know, careful where we space them out, but you know, roughly around that. Yeah, that would be it, guys. So we need 1, 2, 3, so 5 in total. Yeah, we get those in. And if there's 5 of those, we'll need 4 consoles. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. And I've taken the windows out here, so it's easier for us to, to work on these. It should make it a little bit easier for us, you know. $7 AM. Kingdom's Automo tomorrow. And back to Skyrim, nice. Be right back, Outbreak. No problem, Terry. All's well. Dodging lightning bolts and trees flying around. Nice. We should have thought of hiding the ugly back bit of those cutouts in the wall. Makes yeah, it does. It kind of makes them more using. They're really horrible, the back bits. But if you've got a deep enough wall, or let's say the section behind the wall is covered up, I kind of use them like a poster. You know, you could do it with the other ones as well. With you know, those ones. But that would, for me, it would have been just too many. I think I used one of those inside. I'm really sure I did. But every piece I have, I've tried to use it in a different way. You know, anything just to get a different look. That's the worst about only having a tiny amount of mods. 2 gigabytes is not enough for this, to be honest. In the beginning there were, but as I started to build more, there's one there. You know, and that's a kind of, you know, one of the squares. So I just did something like that. Anything to get a different look. Yeah, when you don't have much to work with, you know, you gotta make the best. You gotta make the best of what you have. Same here with this stuff. And I managed to get this piece here to, you know, to create that. It's just about keeping everything smooth and even and trying to match it the best you can. And they're a nightmare fixing those. But at least it's done, you know. I don't mind these builds. I'd say with the hard pieces, it's a little bit like doing a jigsaw puzzle. I've said it before. Slowly, you know, getting the whole thing together. Like, even let's say when I'm doing a room, if you ask me how I'm going to do it, I don't even know. Just make the best of the pieces you have and try and hide as much as you can. But this didn't turn out too bad, you know, seeing the stuff we had there. There's several of these here together, but they've blended pretty well. Kind of look like one piece. We're almost done with this. Oh, the bedroom. I tried something a little different on the bedroom. Still some minor little things to work out. So we're gonna go with wood here. I'll cover that with something later. And I've got to sort out doing something with the bottom piece here. Don't know what exactly I'm going to use yet. Need to find something narrow enough, if you know what I mean. I don't even mind glitching it in. And it was the only way I got to use the Far Harbour carpet. The Far Harbour carpet is glitched beyond all fixing. On my mods anyway, the only way it will snap together is if you hover it in the air with nothing underneath, so that's not very good. So what I did is I put in this section, so I literally put the carpet down and then the floor after the carpet. But I rarely use this because of that problem. But in a section like this that you're gonna hover, you know, you get away with it. This is the framing always, yeah. We just got back from visiting our sister-in-law and her boyfriend. Oh, cool. All the little details they do always make a big difference. Yeah, it does. It takes absolutely ages. Well, it gives me something to do. And it is kind of fun, you know, especially if I'm doing something like this that I've never tried before. You get all various, you know, load of little problems that you didn't foresee, and then you gotta kind of work them out. But definitely wood was the only way to go here. I still wanted to keep the theatre kind of look, so, you know, like a repurposed theatre. Don't know what I'm gonna do down here, to be honest. What I might do is put one of these across here, roof it off, and put some kind of, I don't know, I might even do a little kitchen or something. Or maybe a bathroom. You know, anything to fill that corner. I'll be going with runners here. You know, all around here and across. Something in the center. So, the flooring will still have to be done. There's still a lot of detail. Up here, I have a choice. Most likely some kind of lounge area, you know, sitting around maybe one of the other TVs. Some of the fancy furniture, as long as it doesn't stand out too much. There's a lot I could do. I could even come down with a piece here for another TV screen, you know? So I haven't really decided on this. This will be straightforward. You know, row of beds here, row of beds here, and maybe a runner down the center. So there'll probably be a maximum 20 settlers, yeah. I don't know how I'd fit 20 in, but so I'd need 5 double beds on each side. It would be a tight fit. But I could still do 4 and I could hide the other beds. It wouldn't really make a difference. There's plenty of spots to hide the beds. And then I'll see if there's other little details I could do. I might still be able to use the posters here. You know, a few down here on each side. Yeah. There's still a few things to work out on it. The door will be the ordinary brown doors. They're auto closers. It should snap, but even if it doesn't, it will be easy enough to let it in, you know. And I'll keep adding little details on this and we'll, you know, brighten it up. But that's the main part done. I wanted something different and, well, it's different. Yeah, the glass effect is nice. This was meant to be for like a little office space where you just run them along the ground with no roof. You know, that kind of office thing, you know, with PCs and you'd kind of, you know, look over it. There's a few places in the game where you'll see this stuff, but it's the battered wood. And the glass is all broken, so this would be the new version of it. I remember one where there was some dogs and stuff. I think where you go and get one of, it was a police station. where you go and get one of Nick Valentine's tapes, holotapes. I think it was one of the police stations had, you know, this kind of office design. So it was probably, you know, taken from the vanilla. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, that was pretty good work. That was a good ad. But it would make sense that if you were doing mods or, let's say, modded buildings, that you would use as much of the vanilla stuff as possible, you know? Keeping the, well, out from it being lore friendly, you'd be keeping, let's say, a smallish or a smaller file, I suppose. That's what I'm thinking anyway, at least. Okay, let's save this. And we'll do the last of this. But my next hit will be home plate lantern. You don't see many people fixing up home plate. I did it before and it turned out okay. Only once before did I ever take the time to fix it up. I'll be using that as, you know, a kind of player home kind of thing. Less of a settlement, obviously. You know, for storage, books, bobbleheads, all of that stuff. And we'll, you know, fancy it up a little bit. No problem, Lee. No problem. So, we got these guys in and we'll see. We just, you know, roughly get them central. There. That's roughly central. Yeah, that's the only way I could use these pieces. Oh, I thank you, Lee. Croc. Rock. Kind of rhymes. Or Crocodile Rock. How's that one? That used to be a song now. I think that was Elton John. Yeah, Crocodile Rock. Yeah, Crocodile Rock. No problem, Terry. Nah, it's not really cheesy. Lee. We're just all friends here chatting and having fun, so nothing is really... There. That's close enough. We don't have to be exactly perfect. That one went in pretty close, didn't it? Ooh. This is what I hate about this. I did save it, didn't I? Wasn't that fortunate? You see, I'm better doing these from an angle, so I can see. Doing it from the front, ooh. Not so much. We can give this another shot. Oh, no problem. No problem, Lee. Yeah, I hope you feel well soon, Terry. There. Now that's what I wanted. Just the outline left out. I just gotta be a little bit more careful in that. I just move that down a little bit. This would be so easy if, you know, I wasn't restricted by that wall behind me. I think that would be okay there. It's actually hard for me to see. There. There it is. Oh, nice. That's it, we've got him, guys. Oh, one more. Silly me. Yeah, just back maybe a fraction. That would do. Just hide the wood on that. See, we can't push it too far. There. Perfect. That's it. We got him. The consoles are a pain. But we need 4, and then we need 4 of the things I'm using for pedestals. Replace the windows and then we're done. And we need stupid pictures on these, but only 2. Only 2. And we need some kind of, well, you know, one of these here. So not a lot left to do. And then we can close it up on this floor at long last. These worked out quite good, I think. The bits from Red Rocket. The windows were very industrial looking. And then let's say the little space we had, I went to the trouble of, you know, glitching in those pieces to give it that kind of look on the side. There's one missing here, guys. I missed a few. Oh my good god, I missed quite a few. How did that happen? Yeah, I'll have to finish those. Oh, that's right, I changed these. Yeah, these were full panels and then I changed them. Silly. Lucky I seen that. Yeah, that will be our next project. I missed a few. You see them? Yeah, we had all of this done and then we decided to change to these panels, so we'll get it. The worst thing oh, and it's killing you. Oh, that's terrible, eh? But, you know, if I had a book for every time, you know, halfway through a playthrough, so many bugs happen and made the playthrough impossible. Oh my god, dozens and dozens of times. And that's in vanilla, you know, even without mods. Oh, we've all been there with Skyrim. It is. Terry. And that's Cinemax. Yeah, we'll get these ones in, and I just noticed those. And that's when we did that little kind of redo with these. It's just a few. We'll get them. Now, we'll save and we get our consoles. We need 4 of each. Place them, replace the windows, and then the pieces that we've missed. I'll even have a look at something else we might choose. There might be something even better there. Might as well go the whole hog, I suppose. Okay, 4 of these. I suppose I'll build them here and we'll transport them down. Yes, in the beginning, it was possible to get away through it again these days, yeah. I know you did. I think I'll start calling them Zenimax. Well, that's who they really are. That's the... Well, was. It's actually Microsoft now. Okay. These consoles are... Well, these screens are in 2 places. The USO one cannot be sized. But there's an identical one here in MSO. And this one can actually be sized. That one. And that's what we need. 20% off it. So we need those, and we'll glitch. Oh, lucky. We're on the ground level, so we can glitch these pieces in to create the pedestals. It's the best I could come up with here, but it kind of works. Somebody pick me up those stupid lighters. And it's those wheel lighters, the ones that really hurt your fingers. Rubbish. No. Oh, hang on, it might be in here. Yeah, these guys. They're the ones we're actually using. Perfect. Now, we'll bring our consoles and we'll start to place them. I've got another console thing in here to set our height level. Yeah. Okay, we won't do anything until we get those sorted. And we can get the same height, running all the way around. Oh, hi Roadrunner. Hi, how are you? How have you been? What have you been up to, Roadrunner? Have you been doing your gardening today? We've had a pretty, pretty good day. Not too warm. Not much humidity out, so hasn't been bad here. Now we need this guy here for height. I know exactly how high we'll have to put these guys. And that is roughly about it. There. Now we have to center these. This has to be a guess, and that's not a bad guess. We just need to drop it in as far as it will go, within reason. You see with that wallpaper there. Something like that. Now, space here each side will have to be roughly the same. Very close. That glitch, and that's common here. A rendering problem. That's not bad, guys. That's one. And what I intend to do then, we'll change the settings for these, well, you know, get them to look exactly like that. Videos are so many, but I think they look okay when you're looking in from the outside, so I suppose worth the extra bit of effort. And that's as far as that will go for a moment, until we change the settings, and then we can fit it into place. Oh, hi Chance. Hi, how are you? How have you been? I hope you've been doing well. Just sat down and booted up. I was sleeping. Ah, just woke up then. Nice. Someone had their car. Oh my god, so I'm awake now. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the last of this little piece here. We just got to fit these consoles in and put one of the vending pieces here and replace the windows. Now, we did see something we missed. When we changed these, we forgot to add that piece. So we'll probably have to do that. Where I forgot to put them in. Yeah. And then we're done. It's surprising how many... Well, we did change this. You know the look, so... We forgot to do that one. It must be to me. Obviously here people here have a car alarm. Ah. That is just asking for someone to rob them. Oh my god. I'm well, thanks. Oh, that's good to hear, Chance. Been working for my neighbour. Oh, doing aluminum capping. Nice. The only way, well, the only time they ever use aluminum in here, let's say in building, would be, and that's a rare instance, on guttering systems. But I think in some countries they use it a lot on roofs. Yeah, but it's not common. But I've seen it done. Well, it did. It was popular enough during the 90s, but it kind of petered out again. I'll have to sort that one now. I'll have to get down on this way. Ah, here it is. There, it's close enough. Oh, we have to get that little guy central as well. That's roughly what we need. There. We can move you. And we literally have to guess this one. Tiny bit more. That's kind of more like it. We get this in. Ah, don't do that. There. Okay. There. That would do. Okay, almost halfway there. Here it choose for exterior trim. Yeah, I used to do it here a lot in the 90s, and it's not so popular. I tend to use the PVC now. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, recycle. For a credit card. Really? Yeah, you get tons of that stuff. I did see a guy once. He was a friend of my dad's. I'm going way, way back. This would have been, oh my, probably the mid-70s. I was a mere kid. And he built his entire house from aluminum sheeting. It was a sight to behold. It was in a really rural area, right on top of a hill. This house could be seen for miles around. But it looks something. It looked like something from Fallout 4. Yeah, he was a strange guy. Probably. Oh, really? Yeah, not so bad here. The PVC, yeah. Really? Not so much here. Maybe on farms, some outhouses with, you know, iron cladding, galvanized. That's common. But it would be like in any kind of agricultural yard. But here, let's say, well, up until the mid-80s, felt, for small sheds and that would have been common. Now it's more of a kind of modern concrete slate. Those ones with the kind of galvanized shape. Yeah, it would be mostly those. Now, I did know a guy one time, and it was actually quite nice. He used, he actually minded himself. He was right beside a slate quarry. Some unusual shaped slates. Pretty heavy. Looked pretty nice, but would only work on a real, old, like building. Oh, the guy I'm talking about, the glare from this in the summertime was unbelievable. It looked like a satellite array from afar. My God, it had a glare. But it wasn't treated. It was, unpainted. It was, it still had the shiny aluminum color. I think he worked in some kind of a factory or something. And he used to get the reject sheeting. Maybe it might have been slightly scratched or something on one side, and he would buy it cheap from them. And all he had to do really is when he was building with it, good side out. But unusual. But even aluminum, let's say, after a while, it will get a type of rust, like a kind of bubbling effect, if you know what I mean, after time. But Range Rover, the old ones, they use aluminum a lot. You know, in the old ones. They're probably collector's items now, those Range Rovers. Mm. I have a tin roof, but when it rains, you can hear yourself think, that would actually make me sleepy. I know exactly what you mean. Oh, good night, Lee. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Lee. Bye. Only in our state does someone who lost their home in a wildfire. Yeah, makes a movie about a man who loses his home in a wildfire. We get every colour you can think of. Walls, trim, and roof. Ah. No, there was a time they used very light aluminum trim on gutterings here. But almost exclusively PVC. But I have a PVC shed, a small one outside. I got it about 20 years ago, I think. And it's tiny. It's about 2 by 2 meters. It's a nice little thing, you know, all the parts came together and that. And, you know, every time you hose it down, it never even faded. It looks like the first day, you know, no damage, no rust. It looks like it's just a week old. PVC is, it's not a bad thing for, you know, a small garden shed, you know, as long as you're not careful. Well, as long as you're careful, let's say. But, yeah, it really holds up to weather conditions. Especially here, all the rain we get, you know. Yeah, I was looking at some stuff on that. Well, I think PVC has been underused. It would be better use, let's say, than, you know, plastic bottles and stuff. And then, let's say, all of the stuff that goes in and doesn't get recycled. I do know for garden sheds or large, even, let's say, you know, standalone garages out the back. You know, if you got a guy who had a decent recycling system, and, you know, had the proper molds and the vision, I'd say that would take off, you know. All 100% recycled stuff, it would be a good use for it, you know. Instead of shipping it off to some foreign country to go into a landfill. You know, just basically sweeping it under the carpet, so to speak. We looked the entire house into here. Oh, it was the shower though. But they're always blathering on here about recycling and that, and yeah, they're just hypocrites. They give a tiny little bin for recycling. We really don't know where it goes. They probably just ship that off to some other country and they'd, probably just tip it in a landfill. Although they're quick to charge what they call WEEI. I think they call it we charges. I think it's about €10 on a TV, and all electrical appliances and that would have extra charges for recycling. I've yet to see, anything to become of that so-called recycling. I had forgotten how good chef salad was on a hot day. Nice. I was going to have a home out of stainless steel. And that would be nice. Yeah, that would actually be nice. Really contemporary. Just hose the puppy down. Oh yeah, for that kind of thing. Oh yeah, would be. But another thing as well, I remember about 15 years ago, I bought a large fridge freezer. It was quite expensive, and this was apparently stainless steel, and that's what it said. There has to be a law against this, and it was frost-free. And I used to wake up not long, about a month after I got it, and it would take huge chunks of ice from it. So the frost-free thing was all a gag. And the stainless steel, it was actually made from some kind of metal, some kind of cheap tin, probably recycled food tins. And what they did was they got a thin layer of stainless steel coloured stuff, and they put it over the door, and then some kind of glossy resin, and it actually looked like stainless steel, but it wasn't. And I think within about 6 months it started to rust all the way up from the bottom. A disaster. And that was a company called Hotpoint. I despise that company. I absolutely despise them. They have never made a decent appliance. Oh yeah, it does, but this peeled. It was some kind of, like they used to do in the 70s, 80s, up to the early 90s. And they would source their metal from Asia, and a lot of it was, recycled food canisters, bean tins, all of that stuff, and it would rust in months. But it was cheap, some kind of cheap tin, and it was just covered over with a tiny coating, almost like a stick-on coating of stainless steel, and then that was covered with a kind of plastic, very thin plastic. Looked good for a few months, but because it was malfunctioning, and I think it was something got to do with the way they designed it. What they would do is the excess water that would build up in the fridge was supposed to go down a pipe, the back, let's say, onto the motor, which had a dish, and then evaporate. But apparently, whatever kind of system they had, any tiny dust particle or something that could clog the system, so the water would come back into the freezer, and you'd get, massive chunks of ice. Mm. Exactly, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. But it was false advertisement to call it a stainless steel fridge. I suppose they just scraped by on that one because it was stainless steel coated, but it wasn't old school stainless steel like the sinks, which uh, they led everyone to believe. And to call it frost free was ridiculous. But it wasn't just that. Everything I've ever bought from that company, I had a washing machine. No, yeah, was it a what? It was a washing machine from Hotpoint, and everyone was saying this is so great, everything. So I had it about a month, and something happened. Lucky there was a 12 months parts and labour guarantee on it. But the guy came out to fix it, and apparently after just 1 month, the bearings went. Now it should take a lifetime, to do that. And he was praising it as he was fixing it, and I was laughing. This washing machine had an onboard computer to tell you what was wrong with it. How bad is that? Where it needed a computer, it was going to break down that many times. I knew it was going to be bad news. But he was praising this anyway. So within 3 weeks, he was back again, and then he had to fit in a circuit board. After another 4 weeks, he was back again. He had to change the rubber seals. And I think 2 months after that, it was another set of bearings. And I think 3 or 4 months after that, he went through another set of rubbers and another circuit board. So when it got to about 10 months old, I knew it. Like, it's guaranteed for 12 months, but you don't expect it, let's say, to break down exactly on 12 months. You expect to get, maybe 3, 4 years out of a washing machine, you know. But I complained to the company, and I sent them out all the tickets and stuff where I got it fixed, and I got an apology from the company and a new washing machine, which promptly broke down in another 4 months. So that was it. I didn't even bother getting that fixed. I literally dumped it. And that was the end of my, buying things for that company. It's just rubbish. But no, I wouldn't buy anything from them in the future. The old school stuff, fridges were pretty decent in the set, and Electrolux. Well, I don't think they're around anymore. Oh yeah, planned obsolescence. Started off, yeah, well, the first time I've even heard of that, let's say, being a thing, would have been during, I think, the 40s and 30s in the US with General Electric and a few other companies. Or if I screaming over the triple digits. Yeah, we've been having. All of my washing machines fail within a year. Really? But it's usually something simple. I'm on a brand now. What's it called? It's not Bosch. Melee, it's called. It's expensive, it's about twice as expensive as another washing machine, but it has a 5-year parts and labour guarantee. So basically, you're trouble free for 5 years. And I've noticed because they have that guarantee, the washing machine hardly ever breaks down. Within 5 years, I think I had one 5 years, and all it needed was a set of brushes, and the guy came out and replaced the brushes. And I think it lasted for about 7 or 8 years, But, that's the way it is. So if, they can make good stuff if they want to. I think it was called Mealy. Not the prettiest, kind of brown and tan. Not the prettiest washing machine ever, but extremely well made, But that's the only way I would buy something now. You see, you can buy a washing machine that has a 5-year guarantee, but that's parts only. So where the kicker is, you think, okay, I'm done. Like, that's okay. I'm okay for 5 years. Then it breaks down. Let's say, well, after its 12-month warranty, let's say in 14, 15 months, the guys will come out. And, oh yeah, the parts are free, but the service charge is like the price of another washing machine. And this is where they catch you. So if you're ever getting a guarantee, make sure it's parts and labour. I'm going to try and get some rest. Good night, everyone. Much love. And thanks for stopping by today. I hope you feel better soon. Take care and stay safe. Bye. You gotta test the true strength of a washing machine with pillows. My other half, my wife, is a demon when it comes to washing machines. She has, and I don't know why, she runs them 24/7 and she doesn't care about load weights, anything, you know. But any washing machine that could stick the abuse for 12 months that my wife would give it, definitely deserves a mention. And Mile did that for 3 years, and then all it needed was a set of brushes, and I think went for 3 or 4 more after that. It's still out the back. It needs a set of rubbers after 7 years or something. But I think now I'll just get a new one. I think, if you get 5 years out of a washing machine, that's enough. It's time to replace it, you know. Oh, hi Jill. Hi, how are you? I brought my Maytag washer and dryer. Yeah, with a 10-year warranty. But is that warranty for labour as well, Jill? That's the little catcher. Hmm. At least she does laundry. Yes, but she keeps washing the same things over and over again. Her own stuff, even though it doesn't need. It's some kind of mental disorder, I think. Hmm. Parts and services, perfect. Yep, that's what you need. So basically, you just give them the money, and you've got no worries for 10 years. That's exactly what you need to be doing, Jill. All the other companies, it's a bit of a con. Gotta take the dog off, be right back. Be back soon. No problem, Lady Grey. OCD, like you. No, she is, have you ever heard the term, lantern hoarder? She holds on to stuff that, you know, under no circumstances she should be holding. Like, you're not going to believe this, but this is actually true. I've got a little kind of wardrobe system here, and I was looking for something. And I came across this. I actually have it now, sealed in a bag. I'm going to keep it as a souvenir. I came across a bottle of, well, a kind of tub of Johnson and Johnson baby powder. So I said to myself, where in God's name did the baby powder come out of? And then I checked the expiry date on the baby powder, and the baby powder was expired by 20 years, by 2 decades. It expired, I think, in 2001 or 2000. So it must have been the baby powder for my oldest kid. He's married now with his own kid. So I got it and I sealed it in a bag, and I'm going to get it mounted. Tell me, who has the last uh, tub of baby powder? That's the kind of thing I'm dealing with, Jill. It's driving me absolutely nuts. You know what I mean? I'm not the tidiest guy in the world. I'm a typical guy. But I do like some kind of organisation. But this woman is off her trolley. So, yeah, I'm literally looking at it now. I have it on the shelf. My grandmother still eats her canned food from about, 30 years ago. Yeah, canned food can last a long time. Yep. I regularly find medications as well that's 5, 6, 7 years out of date. You know, stuff like that. Stuff that should be disposed of, you know. But she's crazy as a bat. Yeah. I get rid of things that I find and forget I had. She gave me some and I looked at the date. There's another shop here in town and it's absolutely legendary for mixing in out-of-date food with the stuff on the shelf. And even when you don't get something that's out of date, it's literally within days of being out of date. You know, I don't know where they're getting the food, but they're notorious. Absolutely nobody shops there. But my wife loves going there. And the strange thing is, she'll buy something there, and it's twice as expensive as buying something from another shop, the exact same product, you know, that wouldn't be close to sell by date or past it. And it's an ongoing joke here in my household. Hmm. Some of Jess knows I still in the jar and wasn't able to copy. My youngest son, when little, would peel off the label of foods. He said, "It is a surprise." It would be mystery food. And that's not bad. We just get it to the side and I think we have this one and then we should be okay. Yeah. We'll set it in. Yeah. But I would need probably to get the junk out of my house and the backyard and the attic. 2 to 3 dumpsters, I'd say. Now, I just get this one done. So how's your day been, Joe? Yeah, we just get this one in. This will be easy enough. Just a little more. There. Okay. That's about right, isn't it? Maybe a tiny fraction, but I don't know, it looks the same. Yeah, I think that's good. And this one, and then the 4 pieces, and then we're pretty much done, I would say. There. That gives us kind of exact height. There. That's pretty decent, maybe a tiny fraction, but... okay, maybe too much. There. I think that would do it. There, that's it. Got it. Now we just gotta fit these guys in. Get the rest of them and fix the weather, replace the stuff, and then we're done. It was pretty good. Ah, that's good to hear. Oh, fine, thanks, Joe. Yeah, pretty good also. You gotta love kiddos. Oh, hi, Mert. How are you? I hope you've been fine. How have you been keeping, Mert? You know what might be a cool build? Building a bank somewhere. Every city needs a bank. Probably. Yeah, something to think about, Joe. I think I might even have some bank signs somewhere. Or a kind of, yeah, kind of a block place you could do a bank, yeah. If he gets the workbench anyway, he could repair the bank. Yeah, with a vault in it. That's what I was thinking of. You know, those more builds, let's say, where you do stuff like that. We could use places within the game. But I'll make sure I'll have all the settlements done here first and uploaded. You know, before I would get that workbench anywhere. Hmm. Hmm. A bit of an actual, yeah, of a bank. I used to do a lot of vault building, Joe, in vanilla. A ton of it. It was the only thing that looked decent, you know, because of the pieces. Yeah, I used to build some large vaults. I'd always use it like a kind of player home. You can do the vault build as well, let's say above ground. Looks pretty decent as well. You'd even get away with doing it, let's say with these mods, as long as you could kind of seal it in. And they're nice builds, you know, the vault builds. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're the only things that look decent, to be honest. You know, I did almost all of the settlements would have been an above ground vault build. I used to have a lot of experience with the vault builds. It is. It was the only thing. Like, there's only so much you could do with this stupid concrete, you know? It was the only thing that looked half decent, yeah. It was like the Ritz compared to the other pieces. I hate these lighters. Why does she keep getting me these stupid lighters? There. Oh, we forgot to check, guys, if we're actually on Twitch. A little late now, but still. Fallout 4. Let's see if we're in here. Probably are. There's a good few streaming here tonight. There we are. Ha, it worked first time. That's a new one. There. This will be handy so I can keep an eye on the stream and make sure it's not buffering. It's a pity. I had some mixer saves on, let's say, about 6 months ago on my profile. I could have shown you some of the vault bills. But when I lost the other settlements, I lost those saves as well. And I was going to upload those vault bills. I can do them again now with some better mods, so, you know. Yeah. These ones are like from the 70s, you know, the ones with the wheels that give you blisters on your fingers. I absolutely despise them. I would only use those tiny electronic ones. I don't know where she picked them up. I asked her to get me some lighters, but, you know, that's a little bit too retro for me. Yeah, but everyone usually, you know, would pick up your lighter and forget to give it back. You need thousands of them. Alright, we'll bring that piece down and we'll get it done. I used to have a Zippo. Yeah. I used to have a Zippo. But I'm too lazy, you know, to put the fuel and that into them. I used to have those ones like a blowtorch as well, but they really eat gas. The most convenient ones are just, you know, the tiny electronic ones. Arc, that's the one. Yeah, you not find that say they'll light anywhere, but we're forever filling them, you know. Yeah. I still have a few really old ones somewhere. I think going all the way back to the 70s. I don't know where I picked them up. I think I got some of them from friends or something. They're somewhere in the attic. Now, we just get this one in, we'll set those pieces, fit the windows back in, and we forgot to cover the pieces over the new windows we put in. Oh, you still have a ton of them, yeah? The Zippo, yeah. Yeah, just no fuel. Collected Zippos for a while, but I bought this one with a Western theme. Nice. And it says right here. And it stays right here next to me. Okay. I used to have a ton of really nice lighters, but they would be picked up and carried off eventually, so I gave up and just bought cheap electronic ones. Now, we need the other guy that goes in here as well. I might as well find it, I suppose. It's in here somewhere. We put in that guy as well. Okay. That's in here somewhere. I wonder what these guys would look like. I don't think they'd really suit. Nah. Silly. Or to try. I'm best with a vending machine, I'd say. Yeah, the old ones are the best. that was a Marty Robbins song, wasn't it? Hmm. It just smokes his pipe. And as if I may catch his beard on fire. Yeah. Yeah, direct from Beck. Ah. Yeah, Marty Robbins, yeah. A vape pipe now, yeah. Caramel, oh my god. Caramel pipe tobacco is great. There, that's the guy we want. And this is what I was thinking about this little guy. Oh, I think this comes out a bit, doesn't it? Okay, don't do this to me now. Something like that, guys. I think we did something like that on the other side. Yeah. Let's bring that out a bit. There. Yeah, that would probably work. And this one. Yep. Okay, that's those guys in. Now we can fix these ones. He smokes these. Oh, rum tobacco he likes. Nice. I switched to vape, but still have the occasional jet. Ah. I've never tried caramel. I smoke cherry Cavendish. Oh. When drinking. No, I've never tried a pipe. My granddad used to. But, that was, I think, the last in my family. They won't ship, really, most tobaccos. But they will ship everything for pipes. Ah. If I get tobacco delivered here... Oh, you still get tobacco delivered here to Colorado. Okay, almost done with this. Right, let's save this one. And all we need to do is place these 4 pieces in, and then we are done with this. Well, put the windows back in and the pieces we missed on the outside. Unbelievable. Yeah, well then I changed the pieces, so I forgot to add extra ones. Yeah. A lot of I think it was around the early 2000s. You remember there was some new plants, I don't know what they did with them. They weren't exactly classed as cannabis or drugs, but they gave a similar effect. There was a loophole here in the law, and a lot of people opened up shops selling this stuff. And I think it lasted for about 6 months before they closed the loophole. It was like some kind of synthetic stuff. Yeah, it was a big thing here. And now, let's say the only thing these shops can sell would be the vape stuff. Yeah, the habit, yeah. Yeah, that would be a thing as well. If you had to make them, you wouldn't smoke so much. Okay. For some reason I didn't change the setting. Why is that? I thought I did. No, I did change the setting. Okay. There, I might have reloaded. There. That should do it. Really? Yeah. It's not gone that bad here at all. It's banned from all restaurants, bars, but not in public. Hmm. But I remember, this went through Europe at the time. This, banning cigarettes in restaurants, and well, I can understand that, but with bars, I thought was a bit silly. They should have, doing something accommodating for smokers, let's say, with their own section or something. But I tried it in France, and I think the whole country shut down for 2 weeks. And the government backtracked on it. I don't know how it went after. Well, there was one journalist who would do a little piece, let's say, every week. I think it was in the Sunday Times, and it was about 2 weeks after the ban came into place. And what he said about it was, I remember he said, when you would walk into a bar and you'd smell the alcohol and tobacco. Now he said it's a smell of feet and armpits. He was not kind. Mm. Yeah, yeah. The vaping will eventually become a bigger problem than tobacco. Probably. They'll probably get more legislation and start adding stuff to it. That's what they usually do. That's what they did with cigarettes. Adding more nicotine. Okay, that's one. Kids age, yeah. And smoke at $16 back. I figured it was time, yeah. Here, they're about €18, about $20 ish. So about $1 a cigarette. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Um, it's 17 euros and 85 cent, I think, for the brand I smoke. Um, if I was on holiday in Spain, I can pick up exactly the same cigarettes for about 5 or 6 euros. This is one thing I couldn't understand. Um, in the Eurozone, let's say, having the same money, it's a bit silly because, you know, they should have regulated the prices, across the zone. It reminds me of an old story. Let's say it's 3 times more expensive to buy cigarettes in Ireland than it is in Spain. And the money is the same, the euro money. So, I don't know. It's a bit off. Mm. There are 20 here now. I may make a pack for maybe $1, $2 at most. It would want to be like that, wouldn't it? I just vape in the bathroom. It reminds me of a story. I think it happened during the 1700s. A bunch of sailors, anyway, they went to this remote island somewhere, and there was a local tribe. And the currency the tribe had was like rare seashells. That was their currency. You could buy stuff for that. Now, the tribe, let's say, was not exactly seafaring, so they couldn't get out far. Let's say from their island, maybe 20 miles, 40 miles at best. But the Europeans on the ships, it was a different story. But about 100 miles away, there was an island where these so-called rare seashells were absolutely littering the entire area. So they went out onto the ship, they gathered up all the shells, and went back to the island and bought everything they had. So I think of the euro like that, you know. It makes it easier, I suppose, when you're going on a holiday, but I don't know. I thought the prices should have been more the same, you know. Catering, you need more. No, I'm good for another month. Yeah, yeah, probably. I'm just retired. Not allowed to smoke anywhere but inside your vehicle. Unbelievable. In weddings and such, you hold it or fired. Oh. That's decent, I think. Yeah, just one more. But when that law came into place, it was literally overnight here. No time to adapt, and just basically, that's it. And yeah, everyone made a big fuss. In a couple of months, you know, it was back to normal. I see this one is going to give me a little bit of hassle. Yeah, that's good enough, I think. There. We got it, guys. Okay, it's still a bit iffy. Well, that's it. We got it. Okay. That's it, guys. We've got everything done, and I think there's a door on this. Yeah, there is. Let's close up those doors. We'll put our windows back and we'll fix the pieces above the other windows we put in. And that will be it. When our president smoked, it was a huge deal. Poor guy had to hide it really from the press. I'm probably really chill. I can hold one, but not that. Against the law to make an employee, not be able to go to the restroom. It is, yeah. So here says even the military cannot do that. Yeah. This is like school, guys, you know. Or is somebody waiting in the toilet to make sure you're not smoking a cigarette? It's unbelievable. You would imagine that at the very least on your break they would have some place where you could smoke, you know. Disrupts the flow. Ah. Oh, hi Johnson. Hi, how are you? Hope you're well. We're happy to have you here, Johnson. How have you been? Oh, hi Lipton girl. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been? Yeah, we're finishing the last of the decoration here. And today's debate is about tobacco. Yeah, you never know what you're going to find here. Yeah, I think I might have overwritten that one. There we go. We'll just change the settings and pop back in the glass, and then the ones we forgot to add on the other side. Don't ask me why, but I forgot to add them. And then we'll fix those little guys, and then, yeah, not a ton to do. Perfect. Pop our windows back in. Oh, that's good to hear, Lipton. Sure, now I'll be right back. No problem. Fine, thanks, and I hope you're doing well, Lipton. I'm having the time of my life with AC Valhalla. It's an interesting game, isn't it? You know, takes a little while to get into the swing. And then there's so much to do. It took me by surprise. There's always been a good bit to do in AC games. But that one really took me by surprise. You cover a huge area. It takes ages to do it. And then another huge area opens up. Yeah. It's a surprising game. Oh, is it your first one ever? Oh. Oh, I've played them all, actually, except the Chronicles. And they were the kind of cheapy ones that they made. Kind of retro, kind of 2D kind of stuff. I couldn't stomach them. But all of the rest of them. But that is very, very different from, other AC games. All of them, yeah. There's quite a few. Yeah, the Rat of the Druids, Dave. See, that wasn't bad. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. I'm fine, thanks. Hope you're doing well also. How have you been, Hufflepuff? And thanks for the host, Jill. I appreciate it. Yeah, AC it's not bad. It's grindy, but Assassin's Creed has always been grindy. That's one of the attractions, I suppose, for the players that like the little collecting and discovering kind of thing. Mm. Play them all. Yeah, it's going to take some time. The very first Assassin's Creed, so changes, have been iffy. Yeah. I'm well, can't complain. Oh, that's good to hear, Hufflepuff. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I would recommend the DLCs. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. I think it even kind of deserved its own IP, but I suppose they wanted to use the name, I suppose. But very little reference to you being an assassin in it, if any. Not like the older games. Mm. Oh yeah, I've always liked the history aspect to it. They do a decent job for a video game. They're not exactly perfect, but for a video game, yeah, they do a decent job. Mm. I do. I do, Shaky. I've never used it, but I know how to do it. Once you've got a few buildings in, it tells you the buffs and the benefits. Well, let's say on the side door of your longhouse, just look up to the left and you'll see a bell. Ring that bell, and I think it costs 60 silver, and you can start a feast going. There's a short cutscene when you do the feast, and the buffs that you have in your settlement will be added to your character for about an hour or two or something in real time. It costs 60 silver. Yeah. But the more you build up your settlement, the more buffs are added, the more of a boon you get, let's say, when you start a feast. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I only discovered it by chance. Let's say this is your longhouse. There's, let's say, the door at the front, but let's say when you fast travel, you come up by the side of the longhouse. Well, there's a door right here, and if you look to your left, it's very hard to see. There's a little bell. It looks like the bell, let's say, you ring outside of, your warriors' barracks, down near the river for the river raids. Yeah, same thing. But you can do it as many times as you want, I think. But I think it'll last 2 or 3 hours in real time. And whatever buffs you've earned, obviously, if you fully upgrade your settlement, you'll get maximum buffs from it. Yeah. I'm about to go armor hunting. Oh, cool. I've gotten a few of the buildings so far. Nice, nice. I would suggest fixing up the stuff for the river raids as soon as possible. That is so much fun. And you'll get and the monasteries really. You need to be hitting the monasteries hard, clearing them out. But then you'll get stuck. Then you'll have to do the arcs, let's say. But the game will be almost over before you fully, upgrade your settlement. But you'll do 90% of it, let's say 85, 90% of it, just from the monasteries alone on the map. You're ready to shop to enjoy. Yeah. No, just give you, it's the same as Odyssey. They give you the little daily quests and give you opals. Must have been a sight to see. Yeah. Yeah, the small dogs. Stayed clear of me, not awake. But yeah, you picked a really good game. Valhalla. Let's say if you're first time playing Assassin's Creed, it gives you the wrong impression of how the assassin thing works. That one is very, very different from the other ones. To get a real feel of the lore, let's say, of Assassin's Creed, you would have to go back to the older ones, like, you know, 3 and the likes of Rogue and, you know, even Black Flag. It's more, you know, about that kind of thing. There they went more of a kind of a Viking adventure, which I quite liked, you know. It was a pretty good adventure game. Yeah, I think they did. I'm not really fond of the magical stuff in the game, like, you know, Asgard and stuff like that. But it's okay, you know. Now, let's see if we can get these little bits in. Where was I going with the last? No, I've been yapping away. We should have been doing this. But we did ours. The only thing we're missing, we did all the DLCs except Ragnarok. I had the season pass, and I wrongly assumed, you know, the season pass would cover me in the game. It used to before, and you know that's the understanding we have of season passes. But they changed the rules, and now I think they want an extra €40 for another DLC, which I think is acting the maggot a little bit. So I'll get that later. I'll wait till it goes on sale. And I won't be too hasty in buying season passes, you know, from Ubisoft again. I think that was a pretty underhanded thing to do. Although they did say they made it bigger, you know, but the understanding was when you buy a season pass, you're entitled to any, you know, past, present, and future DLC content. But I suppose it was ZeniMax, you know, that really opened up that Pandora's box with stuff like the Creation Club and that. And it was only a matter of time before they would kind of renege on that deal, the season pass thing. Alright, yeah, going there right now. I have a dog, oh, really? Oh. Oh, really? Oh. My sympathies. Yeah. There's nothing worse, Lantern, you know, than having to do that. It's horrible. Yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. Oh, hi. Hi, Gaston. How are you? How have you been? I hope you've been okay. I found a lady on eBay who sold me the Ragnarok DLC through eBay, and I got Twilight set with it. Nice. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that would be cool. It will eventually go on sale. I'm in no rush, you know what I mean? Hmm. Yeah, they changed the rules. Yeah. They changed the rules. But what they're going to do is they're going to force people, let's say, who don't want to be caught, to wait maybe 12 months after, you know? Yeah, they need to be more clear and transparent about the rules of season passes. I think they need regulation, really. Mm. It is. It is, yeah. But if they had to, you know, be honest and, you know, print on their season pass that it only lasts for a year, you know, it wasn't like that in Odyssey, I think. Yeah, I'm on PlayStation 4 KGPC, but it's very old. 2008. Ah, gaming laptop. Ah, I see. So, have you been gassed on? Yeah, we're doing the decorating here. It's getting to be a bit of a pain, but we're almost done. There. So, that's a full refit on this, guys. We have it all done. The only thing we're missing is I forgot to add the little pieces here. I actually missed a few. So I'll have to reset these ones. Well, ones we missed. It should be easy enough. That's the little bits we missed. The old stuff, yeah, some of it's pretty good, yeah. A bargain bin, a hunter. Oh, nice. Yeah, on PlayStation 4 Digital Store, nice. Oh, have they? Oh, really? Yeah, the Minecraft store changed the entire year after my original monthly payment. Yeah, yeah, the Microsoft store. I think the way it is now, all these companies, they just want you to keep endlessly paying, you know, for that stuff. I remember before you bought your season pass, you bought your game, you were pretty much done with paying them. Not anymore. Like even putting the microtransactions aside, that wasn't enough. Now they're putting limits on season passes, and like, let's say they were going to release a DLC maybe 10 months after launch. And then somebody would say, hey, we'll just wait another 2 months, we'll wait till the season pass runs out. And then we can, you know, then we can charge them again for the DLC. It, you know, it kind of reeks of a setup, and it's ripe for abuse, you know. Yeah. Oh, it did do, yeah. Probably. Alright, and this stuff here. Apparently we missed a few, this is okay. I missed a few, I cannot believe I missed a few. All of these are done. Here we missed a few. Or maybe they just disappeared, I'm not quite sure. Now, we gotta make some stuff here, let's say, so we can put these into place, but I don't remember missing these like that. I might have done a few adjustments in the pieces, just, you know, could have going back into my menu. I barely... Only when they throw... Yeah. Unseen charge. Yeah, yeah. You know, stuff that you're not expecting. Oh yeah, okay. Let's get it done. The little bits that we... Oh my god. The little bits that we missed. Takes a while now to get into build mode. This is getting to be a pretty big settlement. But we just got the bedroom to do, and then some furniture in the observation lounge. We're pretty much done. Okay, let's try it again. There. No. There. Yeah, it's a red zone there. Oh, the bathrooms, Joe. You're right. I've got to do the bathrooms. Yeah, I totally forgot the bathrooms. We've got to do the bathrooms as well. Oh my god. More stuff to do. Hmm. Oh, Joe. You're killing me. The bathrooms. I totally forgot the bathrooms. Ugh. And the bathrooms. But we got the nasty stuff done. It's just, filling it out. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. We have 2 bathrooms to do. Yeah, we'll put these ones in. Now we just hover them in place. There's one needs to go here. See where you'd need to. No, that would have been nice, but you see. Ooh. It's actually not bad. Oh, this might work, guys. What do you think of this? Oh, we might get them to fit in that way there. Although maybe not. I think we didn't do that before because of that line, didn't we? Although we have the lines on that one. Here, let's give that a shot. Let's give that one a shot. There, that's not bad. Yeah, I think that would work, wouldn't it? That was a nice snap on that one. A Chinese bathroom, yeah? Isn't that how some of theirs are set up? Or is that Japan? I'm not sure really. I have a mod that if you don't disable the bathroom, you have to use it every so often. Oh my god. I turned it off. There's a waterfall to calm. Yeah, there is, yeah. It could be, yeah, possibly. Yeah, getting jiggy in the waterfall fountain. Yeah, quite possible. Right, that's the one that's missing from there. Now let's see if there's anything missing from here. We see if we can get this silly thing. There, that one there. Actually, doesn't look bad. I think it's snapping all to the older ones. I think we'll leave it at that, guys. Good enough alone. Yeah, I'll keep them all at the same size. Yeah, it's snapping on to the other ones. There. And that got rid of that problem pretty simple, didn't it? I think we're missing, what, 1, 2... We're just missing 3 here. And then we can call it. These can go in, relatively easy. Well, everything except that one, apparently. Okay, I'll have to do something with these. Yeah, I'm not happy. Oh, hang on. I get this one in and then we'll see. We move the other ones into place. Now that one, a little bit off. See how it's pushing out a little bit too much, but we'll see. See, eventually it'll push out too much. And that's what that's doing. So if we can just get that edge in just a tiny bit, I think we might be able to get this one running somewhat decently. See, that's my big problem with this one. Okay, we'll change the settings on that, guys. This is a little light, but all the rest of it is pretty okay. And this might work. And just a few pieces to go, really. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Correct. They know how to return turns to nature. Oh, oh, I see. Yeah. Perfectly perfect. Correct. I don't think we'll be getting what we want from this one. You can see what I'm trying to do with this stupid thing. Ah, it's such a stupid pity. How did we do this before, guys? How did we stop the snap? Did we remove this one? Probably not. No. I think we're in trouble here. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Here we go. There. Now let's try that. Well, that might be a bit much, but still. There, that looks kind of okay. Ah! Not really. There. There, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. We'll see if we can set the other ones up the same way. That's just about right. Yeah, I think we can get it from here, guys. There. That works. We have it. Nice. I just place things with the flow as they go. I guess you can stay there, yeah. And move on, then come back. A settlement full of settlers. And moaning about not enough of this or that, yeah? I use some settlements so they take care of their own. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it would be a thing, wouldn't it? Eventually, I suppose, Lantern. I tried so many times to use some settlements, but it just blows my game up on Xbox. But yeah, once I get a few of these done, we'll try something different, I'd say. But what kind of interests me is building in places, let's say, we shouldn't really build in, you know, that we didn't have access to before. Now that interests me. So, I think we got it, guys. Oh no, we haven't. Look at this. Okay, let's work on that little thing. It's coming out a little far. Once we get that in, we're done. That's that tiny bit. There was a really ugly hollow there that I wanted to get rid of, so... That looks okay. There we go, guys. We're done. That's every single one of those, guys. Yeah, I think we have them all. Yeah. That's it. We've finished the bottom end. Now we're all 100% done down here as far as I can see. You know, everything is done. Inside and out. Now, we have a wide corner here. We could do something like this and tell me what you think. Yeah? I just like to build in a certain way. I don't know what we would call it, symmetry. It's just I like things to, you know, kind of match up in a certain way. With it under console. Not as much as me, Joe. Yeah, it would. So there's this stuff here. This is the alien thing. See, I'll have to go down here a bit over this silly thing. There. Let me show you this. Remember, we were going to try and use them before, but, you know, everything went sideways, so... Where are they? Here somewhere. Where is it? There. You see this? I built a synth factory with this. It was quite nice. That one there. It's pretty cool. I'm definitely going to do it again. That was one of the settlements we lost. I'd totally do it again. Okay, they're not here. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a synth machine. You need a big area to fit it in. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I just like doing it in a certain way, I suppose. I think I've always been like that. I need a PC, just so I can see how beautiful the builds turn out using it. I'll show you this piece I want, and I can't remember where that stupid thing is. I think it's here then. Ah, yeah, here they are. What do you think, guys? We put a little alien friend in here. Now, our problem is, the lack of size. I could find a little piece we could glitch on that and just have the alien there in the corner, because we are going with the alien build. The colouring is nice as well. Something like that. And then, let's say we'd have to maybe get it around there. And then we'd have to put it out probably around there. And then I would use something here. What could we use? See, it would have to be round. Oh, I know. Hang on. Let's see if I can find it. There's a piece we might be able to use. No, unfortunately. I never really tried, but no, not a chance. It's because of the moving stuff inside. It's probably been already resized and set. Anything with moving parts or, like that, you don't really get a chance to resize it. I don't have anything to resize. It's just I got lucky, let's say, with place anywhere it resizes certain items. And Westworld is the same thing, but it's based. Yeah. Oh, on that Da Vinci. Yeah. Yeah. And that's I have a good story about that lantern. I remember. We're talking about back, I think, in the mid to late 80s, when the National Lottery first started off in my country. Some idiot won the very first one. It wasn't a lot at that time. I think it was something like 300,000. But going back that time, 300,000 was like 3 million. But he was a bit of an idiot, and within a few months, all of his money was gone. But I had a friend that knew him. So we were driving past his house one day. Oh, hi Tigger. Hi, how are you? How have you been? I hope you've been keeping well. I hope you've been well, Tigger. So we're driving past his house. So he said, hang on, he said, I want to go in and see this guy. So we were chatting with him for a while. So, it became apparent to me that he was, maybe a wrench or two short of a full toolbox. But he said, here, he said, I want to show you guys something, he said. I bought this, he said, while I was in the money. So he came out with this old parchment, and it was, the Da Vinci sketch, of that, that medical text. And it was exactly what Lantern was on about. So he thought he actually had the original. He was the biggest idiot I've ever seen. So, obviously, I know why he lost all his money. Yeah, someone sold him a sketch, but he thought he had the original. Oh, Dad. I just looked at him. Yeah, he was an absolute idiot. It's like selling someone the Mona Lisa, But isn't that sketch in the Louvre as well? lantern. Yeah, I think it is. One of his. It's in the Louvre, isn't it? In France. Yeah, he was a real idiot. Not his own business, but still, I don't know how anyone could be, caught like that. Hmm. Yeah, about 50 times. It's been touched up a lot, yeah, over the years. Oh God, no, it wasn't the original. I think the original is in France. But they didn't even do a good job on the paper. I looked at the paper, and the paper was at the very best, from the 1800s. The paper was all wrong. You know, it was the worst forgery I think I've ever seen. I've seen a good few. It is. Oh yeah, it is. That that Bitcoin as well is a place where most criminals would, launder money and stuff as well. And that took off for a while. Creative. Yeah. Now we need something as a base for that. There's this piece here, but I don't think it would work, and it cannot be sized. I think it's too big. So there's something maybe I could use here. I'll show you what it is, but it's a long shot. That's my only problem with this, the height. So could we get something to hide the base? My problem here, and that Cappy TV is driving me nuts. Well, we're on ground level, so we could glitch a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never really looked much into it. But I've always assumed that it was in France and Paris, isn't it? I could be wrong. Anything I would know would be from documentaries and such, I never really paid a ton of attention. The sort of thing that interests me most would be buildings and such. Let me just grab some soda. Yeah, yeah. But there's been a lot of forgeries, even on the lithographs. I remember watching that Pawn Stars, where they'd sell stuff, and the guys would buy it, and a lot of forgeries as well. I probably not. Or maybe something like, become famous after you die. And that would be something, all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was it was interesting. Then there was another thing as well. It was pretty interesting. American pickers. That was pretty interesting. Now we need something as a base for that, but it's circular, so we're going to be in trouble here, I'd say. We just want to see if we can... Oh, hang on guys, what about this? This isn't a bad kind of look. If we can... Well, not that one. Where are they? Oh, come on. Where's the side ones that we used? We might just be able to use these. I think we get away with this. The colouring is perfect. Oh, way too big. Hang on. Oh, I don't know, guys. Yeah, maybe? No, you see. No. There's not enough of a turn on these ones. And that's a shame. There's nothing I could use. Okay, that's a washout. Let me get outside. There's got to be something I have in my menu here. Something circular. I don't think we have much. Yeah, there's this stuff, but I think it's a bit wide. And that would be a nice little piece, let's say, just to get in. There's one there, but you see what I mean. If it was at a height, we'd probably get away with it, but it's way too big. And I don't think this can be sized. Not a chance. Yeah, my boss was a gunman. We got into it. Oh, really? I came back from 2251 from your files. I came across just to see you in action. That's no good. It's a pity we don't have a way of sizing stuff. If I could size every piece I have, well, that would be a game changer. I know there's a way around this stupidness. The shape is a colour, you know. That's interesting. Here, let me see. The shape of it is killing me. No. She's not giving me what I need. Let's check, hang on. I have a plan. It might make the settlement a little glitchier, but let's try this. Maybe something like that. That's not bad. It's actually not bad. Yeah. What's above this, guys? Oh yeah, we can't exactly use it there, but... What do you think of that? That's not bad, is it? I think that might do. Yeah, I told him that, but he did not care for that, really. So he was shady. Do you have evidence they are all coming, but you need, yeah, to end them, yeah. I had enough evidence it was the type of person I call in the law. Yeah, he would have been arrested. I think that would do, guys. We'll leave it at that. Yeah, we can see its base from here, and that's good enough. I might find something a little later for it. Not the worst. There's going to be something in our menu that might... Let's see if we can get that piece out, just in case. Well, I think we'll go with that one. I think that would do. And then we can start again on the bedroom. Yeah, we can move the other one. Yeah, that would do. Now we're definitely finished. Okay. I might even move that up in a minute. I'll reset it. Bring it up and get it flat and get this other one up. It all depends. So, we'll go out, we'll sleep, we save. But as far as I can tell, we're basically finished here. Well, let's close that up. And this is done also. Let's close that one. This is pretty much done. I think we've got everything in here, haven't we? Oh, we need to scrap those too. Close up the doors and then we're done. Some years back, yeah. We did get this one, we did get this one. Door closed. I'm definitely not putting a door on that. That's probably the best we're going to do in here. And that looks reasonable enough, I think. Yeah. Okay, we close up our door. Okay, we don't have a door. Oh, we have. Perfect. And I think this one is finished as well. Pretty much the top piece. Yeah. Yeah. We're pretty much done here. Okay, we can close this up. This one is pretty much done. Yeah, perfect. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah. Okay, we're done, guys, on this. I don't think I've missed anything. So, that's the entire bottom floor done. So, we'll scrap that in a moment. We'll work on the last piece. And that's the bedroom up here. In fact, I just talked to someone about that really the other day. Surprise guest you had. Ah. Right, let's sleep and save. And we'll see what we can do with the bedroom. But at long last, you know, the bottom section is done. That was the nastiest because of the cafe shop in the centre. That really took time. Now, we'll save up here. I'll scrap that junk after when I'm done. So, after this is just the other building, the bathrooms, and a little bit of furniture, let's say, on the observation area here. Right. Now, this is what we've been doing here. I need something here along the bottom to fit this in, which is not going to be easy. And, well, I do have a plan, actually. And I will need, well, beds and stuff. That will be easy enough. Then we'll figure out what we want here. And then I will try and add something here. What I might do is use this stuff, seal it off, lift it up, put the stairs in, and I don't know, we'll think it's something. Yeah. So, how are we going to manage the bottom? That's our biggest problem. Now, I was thinking of using the wood again, but I'll have to glitch one piece in perfectly. Yeah, maybe the rest would fit in. And we'll see if that will work. It kind of worked, let's say, when I was doing these pieces. But I did have something to measure it against. So, we would have to use one of these. You see what I mean? We'll have to stop that snap. You know, and bring it down a bit. Now, I could use the pillars as well, but there's a floor underneath, so we don't have much room for air. Okay, I need something to... Let's build a chair, something that we can do our settings from. Well, I won't be doing it on that, will I? That might work. We just need to get one piece in pretty accurate, the rest should snap in theory. If that fails, oh, we've got to do the flooring here as well. I have something in mind for that one. That's kind of pity. Yeah, I just can't stop the snap. And that is a pity, really. We might get lucky on this, but this is a biggie. Here, if I can line these two up. It's kind of close. Just a little bit off. Okay, what's that like? Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad if it carries on the same side, you know? It's still a bit iffy. Yeah, it's a tiny bit iffy. The other one has to be dropped down just a fraction. This one here. I said down a fraction. There. Oh, that's not bad. It's very, very close. Just a tiny bit more if we can make it. I think as we get older, we get better at picking and choosing the drama we want in our life. True. Yeah, exactly. There we go, guys. That looks smooth. Oh, I wonder will that carry on the whole way around? But, you know, we want to be pretty perfect on this. If it's just the tiniest bit out, it's not going to work. It should work. Maybe not. I think it's going sideways already. We're going to find out shortly, aren't we? Yeah, it's a mile off, you see that? It's an absolute mile off. See, that's why you're never going to be able to do those in a square. It looks, you know, pretty perfect there, but if it's just the tiniest bit off, you know, it all goes to mush. There is another way we could do this. Obviously. Which would just require us getting the corners in. Which might be a bit easier, but I don't fancy messing about with 4 of these corners too much, you know? And we could have that kind of, there, that would work. Getting 4 corners in would do for me, you know, as a kind of support system. But my problem is working here and there. That's gonna be a killer for me. I don't really have the room for it here. Oh, we will give it a shot. Let's see. We'll do the same on this side. It's not going to be easy. And there's 4 of these as well. Not possible. I can fix these later, they're not a big thing. These are a massive problem. Yeah, massive problem. Let's see if we can find something a little simpler. I don't think we can. You need something like that as a base. Something in wood. That's not too bad. But there's no way we're going to get the corners in properly. You know, we got lucky on that one. Oh, here we go. Ah, nice. Yeah, we can do this, guys. That would be much better. Yeah, that would work. I think I have it. I think I know exactly what we'll do. Not sure if they'll snap together, but even if they don't, I can, you know, work my way around that one. I think I know exactly how we'll finish this. We are the same. For stripping copper. Oh, out of housing developments. Now, so this is how we go. We can use the other wood. I think that would be our best option. There. There. And then the flooring. That is basically our one and only shot. But I think we will probably get away with this one. I just gotta change the settings. And this will be simple compared to that nightmare we were trying to do. In grade school, yeah. Now I'm almost 33. Oh yeah, we always do. You know, silly things when we were kids. It's part of being a kid, really. You know? All pretty normal, all part of being a kid. Some main items. Nice. Is it really? Oh. So that's... Oh, I just... Get that side one in. I think this would work, guys. With even a bit of luck, you know, you could actually put a piece on this. If you wanted to. There. That is absolutely perfect. That's exactly what we want. Probably smack on as well. Oh yeah. what we're looking for. It's not going. Oh, we'll have to glitch pieces, alright. Ah, but who cares? Now, I wonder if that other thing would go in place. You know, it might be a good start on for that. Oh yeah, there's some gold or something in those, isn't there? Hmm. I used to know a lad, and he does salvage, and he would buy those individually from you. You know, from cars being scrapped and such. I think to recycle they're worth about, in dollars, I think about $30 or something. But if you had a ton of them, you know, from scrap cars, they would, yeah. Especially, let's say, during the shortage, you know. But I remember London in the 80s. Yeah, cable stripping was a big problem. And selling, oh yeah, that's right, wood is scarce as well, isn't it? To be the new St. Patrick. Nice. That's a good one. Now let me grab some soda. But I had a sibling one time. He had a large truck, and some of his friends, you know, wanted him to take away some scrap cars I had. But I think at the time there was a steel shortage, and you know they were worth some money. So he said, you know, kind of between jobs, what he'd do is he'd kind of do some of that and see how it worked out. But he took away a lot of them anyway. Made a little bit of money, not much. But a friend of mine, quite an old guy, wanted me to take away a car. Now he said it's not really that bad. He said it's just in the barn. He said for like 20 years or more, and it just needs, you know, cleaning up. But I told my brother about it. I thought he was going to, you know, take it and fix it up. But by the time I got there, he had it crushed on the back of the truck. It was a 1962 or 63 Volkswagen Herbie with aluminum trim. It was immaculate. It hadn't even got a scratch. The idiot crushed it. You know, all you would have to do with this car is maybe, you know, just clean out the engine and you'd make a lot of money from it. It was even a collector's item at that time. Imagine what it'd be like now. Beautiful car, he crushed it. No, this was legit. Yeah, it was an old guy. He was like 85 or something. I think it was his car. I think he bought it when it was new. But this thing only had about maybe 25, 30,000 kilometers on it. Waste. Yeah, he crushed it, the idiot. By the time I got there, it was too late. You know, I would have even taken it myself. But when your man told me about it, he was a bit vague, you know. He crushed up, he mangled up as well. He got some other stuff to take away. I noticed it when it was too late on the back of the truck, but it was absolutely destroyed. A perfect Harley Davidson frame. He crushed it. Yep. Unbelievable. A Ford Ranger. Oh, cool. And to see one of those here was pretty unusual, you know. But I suppose even a frame of an old Harley would be probably worth something. Now let's check this, guys, and see if we can... No, that don't look too bad, does it? If we can kind of fit around the side, let's say. definitely gives it a certain look, I suppose. No, that's a waste. So we'll use our old plan, I'd say. And we just use the flooring, and that would be good enough, I'd say. Yeah, we'll just piece in the pieces. Okay. Probably make it a little bit more complicated, but still. We should be able to get it. Okay. I prefer to put the smaller parts there. That way we can see it a bit better. There. You see what I'm saying about this? Even the tiniest bit off would cause problems. And we can pull that out and we can do something, you know, like this. And it's just a matter of doing that down the side as well. Not an ideal system, but a system nonetheless. Okay, we try that again. There. Maybe just a tiny bit more. You see that bit there? There. There we go. And we get that little base going around just. We need to glitch in the other ones. We don't need it coming out from the side, so we have to be kind of careful. That kind of looks okay, doesn't it? Yeah, that's it. And we get the other pieces in. We've got the front pretty much done. We just need to get the other ones in. Yeah, it was a Harley Davidson frame. It was quite old. I would guess somewhere around the 60s or 70s. There's a 49 pinhead. I haven't a clue, but it looked really old. Who knows, it could have even been, you know, from that era. Yeah, he's still, oh really? Oh nice. My 33rd birthday is coming up on August the 22nd. I might feel it. Oh. And a happy birthday to you, Lantern. I'd say for the 33rd of the month. Have you anything planned for it? 1 year younger than you are. Ah. Limit. An impression, yeah? Oh, hi Dream. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Mr. says he had to stop at all. The gas stations never pass one up. Nice. Oh, that's good to hear, Dream. Yeah, we're doing the really nasty stuff in this. The designs they've used, let's say, are kind of hard to put together. I wanted something different, so we have to pay the piper now. So I'm getting in this here. I elevated this a little bit, all because of this carpet. But I suppose it makes a kind of unique bedroom. I could even put beds up here if I wanted to, I suppose. Wouldn't be too bad. That's what I might do. And that's very glitchy, that carpet. Rarely do I use it. But it works here. It's from Far Harbour stuff. It's not bad. Really. I've never been that much into cars or bikes. But let's say, I do watch a lot of documentaries and stuff, so I'd have a fair idea of, what would be, collectible. That kind of way. I do have a passing interest. And, yeah, those two instances kind of sickened me. Especially the Herbie, A Herbie is not everyone's cup of tea, but, a lot of history behind them. Friends planned the birthday. I have no idea what they will do. Oh, cool. So it'll be a surprise. That's nice. He was into them at one time. Yeah. So what have you been up to, Dream? We'll get our beds and stuff in here a little later. So we've used a kind of all wood for this. These are just meant to be like for an office, but we've managed to snap them into place. I know it's taking a bit of time. Still, it'll be something different at least. Yeah, upgrade please. And of course my name is due to the boyfriend who was into Mopar. Yeah. Oops. So I'll be using these ones here. These ones will snap it out. Make sure they go in nice and neat. We'll have to use a full one here and glitch it back because this is where we might have a little tiny issue. So we have the entire front and one side. We need to slip this back. And this is going to be the one that we need to do perfectly. I'm hoping it doesn't give me too much hassle. You see, it will want to snap on the floor section, but we can't have that, so come on. It doesn't have to be at the same level, but, it's gotta come in nice and neat to the side. Corners are gonna be a bit of a pain. Come on. Yeah. Come on. You see, we can get it relatively straight using that system, but my goodness, it's going to be a chore. Now I move it from the other side. Oh, this is going to be hard. There. We push this back in and then, this will be the hardest part, and the fact that I don't have a lot of room. That's actually the worst part. There, you see that? That's pretty good from there. That's actually perfect. It's just this side now we're going to work on. But I have to move it back in one piece. Come on, steady hand. Ah, come on. That is not too bad. Oh, tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. That's the worst about an Xbox controller. No such thing as a tiny movement, you know? I'm doing just checking out your building skills. No problem, Dream. Bike and car guys are another breed. I don't mind cars and bikes and stuff, but I just don't have a big interest, you know? Indeed, I am a biker, but we call it a club. Nice. And we don't bleed down to the... No, it's the bottom ceiling is about the same size as this, so once we're above, it won't bleed through. Yeah, I'm pretty safe there. You see where I'm kinda... Come on, just a fraction more. There. There we go. There we go. You can use the red lines on the side as a kind of, you know, measurement. You see that red lines coming up. Where are you? Not that one. You see the red lines? That will give you a perfect... There it is. Ew, that was nasty. We're almost done with this. This was always going to be nasty. Now let's save that. I don't want to go through that one again. Perfect. Okay. So that those two pieces here and we've only got about 3 pieces left. And I'll push that piece back in a second. Yeah, we'll get it all right. We'll get it. And then I can do the rest of the flooring. Right on, yeah. We need more Irish. I don't know. That's debatable. Lantern, that's very debatable. So, how's your day been, Dream? Are you doing anything interesting? My days are pretty boring. Typical old guy days, you know. Walking the dog, doing a store run, that kind of thing is my highlight. I love all the Irish, unless Cork. The Republic, we call it the Republic of Cork. It's like a different country. Strange you should say that. Yeah. But it's fondly known as the Republic of Cork. Now, just a few more pieces on this and we should be okay. Now we just gotta be exact. Oh, there's a specific person from there. Ah. Yeah, but most of the Irish would refer to Cork as, you know, the Republic of Cork. I think this one piece would... Oh my, this one piece might be enough, guys. You know, at best maybe a small half piece to fill in the gap, but I think 2 tiny pieces would do now. Well, one after this one if we can get this stupid thing in. See, I've got to use my character to push this in. I can't rotate the piece. See how this one is off? Here. Yeah, that's from the bad fitting from this one. Yeah, that we can fix. I think... Yeah, we'll snap on the other one in a second, I suppose. Just get this one sorted. That's apparently not a bad fitting there. There. You might be able to get another fitting on this in a second. There. That seems to be pretty tight. Now that should level this up a lot more. There you go. Just a tiny bit, you see it? Just a tiny bit there. I don't think you'd even really notice it. You see that one there? I wonder if we could get this one out a fraction more. Maybe that needs a little adjustment. That's even worse. Well, that seems to be where we need to be. I wonder if I could put a piece in this and we could blend it. You know, hiding that, probably. Let's try this one. Oh, hang on. That's, oh, well, that would do. That's not what we need, that's one of the other guys. I'll make one of the smaller pieces. We should be able to blend it back along. Just, you know, get the same 2 pieces in. I saw a test done on people. These folks for the study were from all over the world. DNA proved that all of them had one thing in common. They were from Asia, yeah. Cork is a nice place to visit, but my wife might be stolen. Oh, I see. Same way. Yeah, it must be adjusted, yeah. Yeah, it came down, let's say, from... Well, it depends on what migration. Some of the documentaries I've seen, let's say, the way they reckon that it might have worked out was, let's say, an exodus, let's say, from Africa, a tribe of maybe 2 to 300. Uh, they would settle in a place for maybe a few centuries and then start to spread out, slowly making their way down. Look at the DNA of Ireland. Yeah, there was one done in the 90s, I think. Some of us have pretty unique DNA. A combination, I suppose, of, well, I won't say being remote, let's say the occupation since, the 12th century and that. And, yeah, we're mostly Viking, let's say Nordic DNA, obviously Norman, Saxon, obviously Celtic. But there's a few groups here that would be maybe out from a few tribes, maybe, would have pretty unique DNA. One in particular would have the closest to the original Celtic DNA. A very small group here. Oddly enough, they have this DNA because since, well, for millennia they've been kind of ostracized. Most of the Spanish. There is a little bit of Spanish DNA here as well, especially, strange enough, in the Cork area. You mentioned earlier the Spanish Armada invasion, let's say in the 1600s. Well, that floundered in a storm. They lost, I think, half of the fleet, so they had to turn back, which saved Britain at the time. A lot of the sailors were washed up on the shores in Cork. Most were captured and killed. But a lot were hidden by the population, let's say. And, they integrated into the society in Cork. So there would be, let's say, a bit of Spanish blood as well. Hand me a pencil or something rather. It was all made up. I've never seen it, Roadrunner. No. Yeah, well, the Scots, the Welsh, well, Welsh would have been the Picts. But yeah, the Scotch, the Welsh, and especially the Irish and the Scottish, yeah, they were the same tribe. Some, let's say, decided to settle in Ireland as well. They would have come down that way. I think they all originally came from Gaul, wasn't it? From that region. Well, they'd have to coming down that way. That made it. Oh, really? Yeah, you got to take documentaries. Some of them with a kind of pinch of salt. Roadrunner, you know. But the oldest human-like remains I think they've found was in the Rift Valley, I think, in Africa. Um, it's pretty famous. I think they called it Lucy. It would have been female. And, let's say doing other stuff and, archaeology and a little bit of science. I suppose they've come up with a theory, I suppose, that, you know, uh, the immigration would have started, let's say, from Africa coming down through Asia and Europe and that. But there's a good few different theories. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, the DNA has been diluted a lot, obviously, over the centuries, you know. Oh, we do, definitely. But all cars have, I suppose, one thing in common. They don't like to be controlled. Now this is the bit I absolutely hate. Is this silly patching stuff. But I don't care what way I get this, as long as I blend it. And we just might, with a bit of luck, get away with this one. You like it, that is not too bad. There we go, guys. Maybe a tiny bit more, but... there. That looks the part at long last. Let's just stabilize that. Yeah, that's good enough, guys. That will sort that out. That was nasty. Now all we need is one tiny piece for here, which should be a cinch. There we go. We nearly have our base done. We have commercials run here, Croc, about DNA, really. Where people are from. Some are funny for these people. Yeah, we won't be decked out of whatever garb of their ancestors, and they find out they're from another. Yeah, I did mention that a few times, Roadrunner, about these DNA tests. Yeah, they made it dirty. Yeah, I know the history. Yeah, sorry, I missed that part of your message, Roadrunner. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, new information is always found. It's science, guys. So, science is based on, what we know so far. Science is always subject to change, but from what we can work out so far, so everything is basically, our best guess, really, until more information comes up. And that's what, it's based on that, yeah, is always found. William Wallace. What the son is playing? Well, according to Discord, he is on World of Warcraft. I did a DNA test. Yeah, I hate where I'm from. I take that with a grain of salt, Yako. Let's say a lot of these tests are rushed and far from accurate. You know what I mean? Basically, if I was doing DNA tests, it's a little bit, you could do like a fortune-telling thing. If let's say if you sent away for a DNA test and you had a certain name, a surname, and you were from, let's say, a certain country, I could give a good guess, and I'd be pretty close to it, So a lot of them are not really good. You know what I mean? Like, I know a guy, well, I don't know a guy. I know a guy who knows a guy who tried this one out. He's Caucasian, as Caucasian as they get. Skin as pale as anything. He can trace his ancestry back for, forever. But he gave a bogus name, and he gave a bogus country, and, sure enough, all of the information came back that would kind of suit his name and his country. Nothing got to do with what he was at all. You know what I mean? I'm not saying all of the DNA testing places are like that, but a lot of them, let's say, are just chancing their arm. So what I would do with something like that, I would go and I do 3 tests. Yeah, I do three different companies, and if I could in three different countries, and I would compare them all, you know. But I don't trust them. You know what I mean? They could do a pretty accurate job, but it would want to be some kind of scientific study before you know it would be transparent and legit. You see, these corporations are making money from this, so it's in their best interest to churn it out as quickly as possible. And in most cases, going by your country and going by your name, yeah, you do a pretty decent job. You'd probably be 50% accurate, you know? Yeah, basically, it's a kind of a con, like fortune telling, going in and someone would hold your hand and tell you what's going to happen in the future. I've always kind of placed it in that kind of category. Now, it's not pseudoscience, because you can do accurate um, DNA tests. Well, accurate-ish, you know. But the problem is, most of these companies are not doing these tests, are doing them, let's say, incompetently and cheaply, and are getting flawed results, you know. 7 different. Oh, that's good. Yeah. No, I know it has nothing to do with it, but you'd be able to sift out the legit guys, from the chancers, if you know what I mean. If you were a guy that was doing something like that and you weren't really doing the tests or doing them incompetently, if you were doing a kind of a con game, you would be taking in a person's country and name as a factor. So that would be a good way to, kind of sift out these guys to identify them. There has been a few around the Europe guys that have been very, very shady, and a lot of people have done what I said and got totally different results, let's say, based on the names and countries they gave. So that would be a good way, let's say, of actually knowing if they are even doing the tests and not just doing, a kind of giving you stats, and just pretending they did the test. There has been a few, doing that. Hmm. Well, eh, I think 70%, 80% of Americans would claim some kind of Irish ancestry. You see, America has not been founded very long in country terms. What, like, let's say, 16th century, maybe there was a few. 17th century, a bit better. It really took off then in the 18th century. America was founded by, you know, basically Europeans. You had Irish, you had Scots, you had everything. And let's say during the booming population in the US, let's say, and then the unfortunate civil war, let's say, that took out a lot of people, a lot of men. There was a huge immigration from Ireland to the US in the 1860s. So, there would be a lot of Irish DNA, a lot of Italian DNA, a lot of German DNA, you know, in the American population. It's a country that's based on a lot of different cultures and identities. So, like, if any Americans said, could you guess my ancestry? I could take a guess, and it would be pretty much like shooting fish in a barrel. You know, you're talking about a new country. Let's say the populations that went there. So that kind of thing. It, the DNA might be a bit different, let's say, in countries, let's say, smaller countries that, let's say, were under occupation, you know. It would be less diverse. Hmm. Ah, I see. Now, I'll put this piece in here. I think we should be done with this. But to be honest, I don't see anything wrong with having, a lot of different cultures and, ancestry. It makes for some pretty good, strong DNA. You know, in other countries, let's say, where the DNA is not that diverse, You know, they have a lot of problems, you know, medical problems and that. It's I think it's pretty good, let's say, to have a kind of diverse ancestry. Hmm. Well, it all depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Right, let's just save this one. I support Ardina. Sadly, I have some Irish and Scottish. Yeah, we need to unite. Now, people always find it hard to unite. There we go. Absolutely perfect. We got it, guys. At long, 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 long last. Now, I'm thinking about doing a nice little rug system here, which I think would kind of work. That's it, we got it. That was nasty, wasn't it? I wonder, yeah, we'll put one on that, guys. That one needs to be pushed in a little bit more. I didn't see that. Yeah. And we'll finish that one as well. This one here, I think we messed up a little bit on this one. There. Perfect. There we go. Just one more piece. And we'll see if we can... Well, this is only one piece, so I can't see it giving too much trouble. Although it is a bit large, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think that would work. We might be able to use 2 half pieces. It might give us the same kind of effect, I suppose. What about this? No, still too long. Let's see. There might be something here we could use. A bit short. We could use 2. To be honest, I'd rather use these ones. We could try and blend them in from that, I suppose. There, something like that. Okay, that's not working. So use that one. Oh, the Queen is just a figurehead. Lantern. You know. She has precious little got to do with politics. Just a figurehead. Yeah, we'll need 2 guys. See if you can just make sure you don't lose the save. Yeah. I just get these 2 little pieces and then we'll be done, I'd say. I've never believed in original sin, so to speak. In any country, in any culture, there has been dark times. But, as a species, for the best part, I think we've progressed a bit. Hmm. Then off to the bathrooms, of course. There, guys. That's not bad. That should do. I think we have it. Yeah, we might have a crack at the bathrooms in a minute. Let's save this one. Well, that's our flooring system. I think we've pretty much got it. Has made me rebels when I needed to be. Ah. Well, they were different times. Yako. Oppression was rife. Again, a different system, different people, different times. Most of the world would have been like that. That was the age of empire. Empires have all but crumbled now. And, the people that remain are reasonably sensible. It would be like, I would have no animosity, towards the Queen for, let's say, her country's wrongdoing, let's say, over, for the last millennia or more, 1200 years. These were different people. The same way as if maybe your great-great-grandfather was a serial killer. You wouldn't expect to be judged by, not your brother's keeper kind of thing. And I think that's important because if you hang on to something like that, the circle just continues. In a sense. Oh yeah, well, I hope we have at least. The vast majority of us have. I've been privy to what religious and sectarian violence does and how it manifests itself through nationalism. Most people will be in it, let's say, as nationalists, but get kind of turned, if you know what I mean. And the people who do this, the propaganda guys, they're not in it for patriotism or, being a nationalist or whatever way you want to call it. They're in it for power. The best way to attain power is to basically unite against something, whether it be real or not, and do it through hatred. It's always been a way through history. We've seen it time and time and time and time again. But if we are to coexist, if we are to get along, and if we are to ultimately survive, we will have to work together, everyone. Friends, past enemies, all of that stuff, and start anew. Yeah. Only through that will we advance, Eventually I hope to see everyone, literally work together. The countries that, have not got, to help them out, to share, to, just basically be nice, The world has had a pretty rough millennia, let's say, There will have to be a lot of advancements before this is going to happen. One is energy. I can see that causing a lot of problems in the future. Corruption, that's got to go. A lot of things. But we're getting there slowly. Let's just say I would rather live now than 1,000 years ago. As a whole, yeah, totally. Yeah. But I've seen the destruction, that can bring. There's been losses in my family. I'll have to go back to my grandfather's time, obviously, mercenaries and such. randomly killing civilians for fun. But, you know, that was that time in history. You know, even if you go back to my country's history, I don't ever believe in sweetening up my own country's history. During the occupation of the Vikings, let's say, that was here for 200 years after they were kicked out of Britain, they continuously raided and murdered people, let's say, on the British Isles. So every country has a bad patch, let's say. But I know how that sounds to maybe somebody who, let's say, had a recent loss maybe in a family because of troubles, let's say, in, let's say the other part of my country. And I know that it doesn't make sense. It's hard to see past grief and anger, you know. It is, I sympathize, with anyone, who has lost people in their troubles, but sometimes, let's say, grief and anger can turn to an endless cycle of violence and, tit for tat retributions, and, it just costs more and more, causes more and more grief. Mm. Too much hate, yeah. But hate has always been a way for some people who are good with their mouth um, to gain fame, to gain recognition, to gain power. And most of these people, they will do this. You know, I would say very few actually believe in what they say. So it's a bad case scenario or even a worst case scenario. Either A, they're doing it and they're stirring up trouble because they want power. Or even worse is B, they actually believe in what they say. I don't know which is worse, you know? Oh, excuse me, guys, I'm just rambling away. I, you know, I've seen things, let's say. And my family has suffered things. I would have to go back a few generations, but I remember the stories my grandfather told me, They were not good times, I can tell you. You see movies about the atrocities that happened, and that's like Boy Scouts Club compared to the things that really did happen. But as I said, every country, you know, there was atrocities in the War of Independence in the US. Prisoners were shot, and lots of things. All war is bad. Hmm. Oh yeah, we've ended the cycle, but it's precarious, Lantern. It's over, but it could easily start again. It wouldn't take much to push us back in the wrong direction, if you know what I mean. Or we're just a few bad decisions away from going back to the way it was. Okay. Yeah, totally. Yes, and some out of sheer grief, and I sympathize with those people, Dream. A grief is a terrible thing. And it can push you to do things that you wouldn't normally do. You know? But to keep a cycle like that going it just means that other families will have lost. But I know at the same time you can't lay down and die. But there is other ways. There's other ways, to rebel. There's other ways to make yourself be heard. But for this you've got to unite. You've got to unite as one. And this is one thing we can't seem to do. We can't seem to unite as one because we've got people telling us, well, he believes in a different God than you, so he's your enemy, or they have a different political party than you, and no, he's your enemy, or he took your job, or she took your job. So as long as we're fighting among each other, we'll never really unite, you know. So we're kind of in a situation, I suppose. Mm. Okay, what are we doing next? Oh yeah, the bedrooms. We needed to save this one. Oh yeah, it's there all right. Okay. Well, we don't really need to finish this yet. I think we got, what we wanted. This here. I wanted to do something a little different on this. I can basically get, let's say, we could do something here, guys, I'd say. Depending. Maybe something similar from here, but I'm not. Well, I could even drop it back and get a floor in. It's possible. It would be different. Let's have a quick look. Now I'll get some more soda. And the Irish have a not too long history of conflict. There's always been the religious aspect to Dream. And that really kicked off, let's say, during the Reformation. Basically, it would have been Henry VIII, I think. I think it was. He had a marriage and he wanted it out. He wanted a divorce. And all England was Catholic at the time. And the Pope wouldn't grant it. So he got together with a few other powerful people, the Reformists, and they basically drop out of the religion. And they converted to let's say the Protestant faith, which would have been kind of fledgling at the time. And he basically made himself head of that religion in Britain. It was kind of downhill from there because then, there was the religious aspect of it. King Charles, was it King Charles II or something? No, that would have been after. It was before that. It was King Charles II. Yeah, there was a rebellion against King Charles. And that would have been the War of the Roses, was it? But that didn't last long. King Charles was exiled, and I think there was a couple of guys from Ireland that supported King Charles. So that gave Britain, the excuse to invade. So they did, and there was a 1200-year occupation after that. There was actually two invasions. Let's say there was the first one, and then let's say when they were knocked out of power, I think it was Cromwell that did the second one to get the British that they had in power here out and get their own guys in. And that was brutal. One city held up against Cromwell and his army. It was a walled city of Dundalk. They held him up for a long time, and he was pretty ticked off. So as a lesson to everyone that would resist him, he murdered every man, woman and child, every cat, every dog, every living thing in the city. There was obviously reprisals, from other places, and then they were called murderers. kind of thing. But that was, as I said, a long time ago. It was a brutal time, you know. Then let's say you had the Easter Rising, and then let's say independence in 22. Our independence was gained in much the same way as America gained its independence. Maybe not on such a large scale. Basically, not many, let's say, large battles, let's say, like they had, but more of a kind of hit and run tactics, making the territory, let's say, uncontrollable and not actually worth the effort, like a bitter pill, and eventually then gain independence. But the problem was the country was partitioned, if you know what I mean. 6 of the counties still remained. Occupation is a bad thing, but partition during an occupation is a disaster. You've seen it in India, and let's say, when they withdrew in 1948, they basically split the country in half. Now it's India and Pakistan, and those, they don't really like each other, and both of those countries have nuclear weapons. So partition is never good, long term at least. But as I said, those were the times. Nobody really thinks much of it here. That's the way the system was. The system today is different, and nobody has, any ill feelings. That's just the way it was. But occupation is brutal, because you've got to keep control. Now, what happens over time is you get too brutal, and eventually, it all backfires. Oh, hi Soul. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Yeah, we're thinking about something. I don't really know, to be honest. But this is running back. But that's just basically from the history books, I don't have, any opinion of it either way. It's just I do like history, and, So, how have you been, Saul? I hope you've been well. Yeah, it's something around here, I think we have it, so... We could do something similar, I suppose. The step... I could go straight across, so we could bring it straight in, I suppose. I was thinking something like this. But I think we'll do it later, guys. We've got this done, and that was the main thing. Let's hit the bathrooms. How are you, Croc? Everything is gold, Saul. How have you been? I hope you've been well. It is a great subject. It's very educational, It can put things in perspective. It can... if you dig deep enough in it, you can see cycles in history. And you can even compare them to some events today. There's one thing about the human species, and that's we don't change much, at least. So history is much like a clock face. Starts off at 12 and eventually it goes right round to 12 again. It gets nudged here and there. Certain events, let's say, will obviously nudge it one way or another, but, it eventually goes all the way around back to 0 again. Yeah, we'll save it here, guys, because I don't know what we're going to do here next. So I think we'll hit the bathrooms. Yeah. It's about time we got something done on this. I think we just go classical on this. A few bits and pieces we have from USO would probably do. So that bathroom needs to be finished. A little bit of furniture up there, and then something in here. Now this, I was thinking we put this in a ladies' bathroom, maybe. This will be our guys' bathroom here. So let's see if we can get this one working. I was thinking a few of these were spaced. We'll have 2 cubicles each side. We'll throw in some. We'll throw in some urinals on that side. Well, that's the best we could get this. It took a lot of glitching, but we got it. So, let's have a look. Yes, we should all try to learn from history. What's the old saying? Those who do not learn from past mistakes are doomed to repeat them. Think of history as the benefit of learning without having to go through it, you know? Yeah. Well, there is a kind of playbook really for every scenario. Now we might look and act differently, but at heart we're basically all the same. Furniture. Bathroom. This is the one. These guys here. We obviously go white, so we'll need these. I'll have to change the settings in a minute. So we put one here. And they're nasty to fit because of the pieces. The doors don't snap on those guys. And we put one here. Now we need 2 doors. Decent ones. So, well, that's the best we're gonna get. Okay, we'll change the settings and then we'll place these in. And then we need the other guys and toilets and all of that little bric-a-brac. We'll bring our bed up closer as well. Save us a bit of time. Oh, hang on, we have one here. Oh, yeah, totally. But history is becoming less and less, let's say, at school. And there's a lot of stuff omitted from history, which I think is a big loss. Like even some of my kids' history subjects. I remember going through it with them one day and I was surprised how much was left out, you know. And then it said that, history is written by the victors. And I suppose that's true as well. But here at this time, I think, let's say, compared to the last 5, 6, 700 years, we're in a pretty good place. There's just some, minor adjustments we need to do so we don't start sliding backwards. Out from that, if we did work together, that could be remedied before it gets to the stage where it's unfixable. The last thing we need again is a rank system, That didn't work out too well the last time. Now, we just do our settings. And we'll see what we can do here. This is going pretty slow, this decorating, but at least we're getting there bit by bit. Eventually we'll get it done. But it is, I suppose it's kind of unique. We did put a lot of time into it. That's pretty decent. We just need to straighten that up a little bit. Okay, you see the problem here. Nasty. We'll have to do the old-fashioned way, I'd say. It's not lining up. So we do the old-fashioned way. Yeah, it should work. We get this done as best we can, I'd say. That's not bad. Yeah, that's about right. Now, we need our toilets, we need all of that junk, so let's have a look. We just get these doors. Hang on, I might as well get this one in while we're here. Yeah, I suppose we could try pushing that back a little bit to there. That would make a ton of difference. It should work. Whoops, come on. Very good conversation. Ah, well, thank you, Dream. It can be sometimes uncomfortable for me to talk about stuff like that because, you know, some people have, you know, different opinions and I totally respect that. So that would be just, you know, my opinion. You know, I prefer to take, let's say, the more passive way, to be honest, because I've seen what taking the other way can cause, and it just keeps perpetuating the same thing over and over. But I do respect everyone else's opinion on something. Okay, now toilets. I think they're all here. Well, we're obviously going with these guys. I would say probably Yeah, we go to classic white. We can use the tiles to position this properly. You see what I mean? There, something like that. Probably halfway on that tile. So that would be, we're at, oh, hang on now. There. Yeah, make it look somewhat even. It can, but it's very, I think we're in a time now where, let's say, we're even, saying to people, we shouldn't hate. We should try and get along. Even that can be confrontational, And I can understand, let's say, why, a lot of people would not talk about certain politics and that. Because no matter what your view is, half the population is going to have a different view. But that's good. That's fine. We all have to have different views. But it's just me personally. I think that a circle of violence, I've never really seen it, get the desired effect. Everyone loses in a situation like that. There have been exceptions, I suppose. But it was a lot lost. Eventually it will get to a way where I'm hoping it will, where everyone will be treated with at least the respect they deserve, and get paid fairly for the work they do. And that would clear up a lot of problems. People get angry, because of the situation, and that I can totally understand. Hmm. Yeah. I suppose. I suppose in a way I'm incapable of feeling hatred. I see the folly in it, I've known people that were caught up in events, let's say, in my country back in the 80s and 90s when things were pretty horrible in the other half of the country, and these guys, that I used to know pretty well, I didn't know them anymore. These people were consumed by hate. It ruined their families and it ruined everything, and it achieved nothing in the end. It took, in the end, to quieten things down, it took diplomacy, and it took debate, and it took conversation, and it will still take a lot more, but in that part of the country they're doing far better on debate and conversation than they ever did through other means. Right. But living where I am is like a world away. I wouldn't have been. I've seen it personally, you know. But I can understand loss and human suffering and helplessness. It's a terrible, terrible thing. Oh, hi. Hi, Wolf. I'm fine, thanks, and hope you're doing well. How have you been? Keeping well, I hope. It is to do their little part, I suppose, in a sense. Yeah, do your research. You know, do your research, definitely. Okay. Yeah, we've done the decorating. We're pretty much finished. Oh, that's good to hear, Wolf. One more day. Oh yeah, it is. I keep forgetting the days of the week. It is one more day and it's the weekend. Oh, cool. So, have you anything planned for the weekend, Wolf? We're here doing the decorating now, so I'll show you what we've finished. Let me just save this here. But we're pretty much finished. The bottom story. It was a big grind getting the decorations done. We've just a bedroom to do. So we're pretty much finished except the furniture and decorating up there, the bathrooms here, and one bedroom over here. Oh yeah, we've seen this, but we finished this area. Oh guys, we forgot one thing. We forgot the two photo pictures on the other side. I told you I always forget something. We'll get it in a moment. And I forgot the two pictures there. But out from that, we're pretty much finished. I always forget something. We're basically pretty much done on this. No big plans. My company picnic and some time spent. That's good. Yeah, get some family time in. Always worth the time, Wolf. And we're trying something different for the bedroom. We did this kind of design and we got our beds in here and probably if we want to, some more up top. Well, it's a little different, I suppose. And then excuse me. We'll take up something for this. Well, it's definitely a little different. I suppose. Oh, why thank you, Wolf. It is different. I want it different. And it's getting there. Usually, let's say the decorations and the design will be 2/3 of the time on a build. But this is more like 75%. This has taken a lot of detail. A lot of detail. But, I don't really mind how much time I spend on it. I've got tons of time. Well, relatively at least. And now we're doing the bathrooms. This will be the male bathroom. So I've actually got some urinals. So this will definitely make it a gents bathroom. I'll put some urinals along there. And I'll just put some shaving stuff here. Some towel racks, toilet paper, doors, all of that stuff. This is the USO stuff. And it's pretty hard to fit. These guys don't actually snap. So it's tedious putting the doors on, but it can be done. But this is kind of pretty standard for my bathrooms, because they're the only real pieces I have. But they're pretty good. And these are kind of okay as well. I'll probably put a few down here. And then the other bathroom will obviously be ladies. We'll do that one a little different. Obviously minus the urinals. Now let's see what we can do with the rest of this. I've got a few pieces here and we'll see how they look. I was thinking about doing, I was probably saying it to you, home plate. It's a nice small little cell. More like a kind of a player home. I've got a terminal so I can get all the bobbleheads and magazines and stuff. And it could be a nice little player home, let's say, with all the magazines and bobbleheads and, storage and, nice bedroom and kitchen and stuff. And I'll see what I can do with it. I did a half decent job last time. And let's say if I lost, I'll go something similar this time. But the last time I did it, I didn't have, I don't think I had Snappy House. Or not Snappy House. I don't think I had place anywhere, so it should be a little bit easier, for me to get what I want this time around. I've seen some very drunk ladies use the men's room. I did as well. Yeah. And a urinal where there was a sense of urgency. Now that is really urgent. That I've yet to see, Wolf. That one I've yet to see. Let's see. Where I am. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, probably. Isn't it strange too, I suppose, when you think about it? If you walked into the men's bathroom, and a lady was kind of stuck, and they walked in and used one of the cubicles, you'd just probably laugh it off. Yet if a guy walked into a ladies' bathroom and used one of the cubicles, yeah, the cops would drag him up by the neck. But I know it's not the same. But yeah, kind of funny. They do, yeah, they actually do. But it's been a long time ago since I was wild. And thanks for the lurk dream. I appreciate it. I hope you get a good rest and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe. Dream. Bye. Where is this stuff? Yeah, okay. Here, furniture, and I think it's here. Now, sinks. Yeah, we're using those, but not yet. Tubs, this towels. These are nice. Oh, soap. Yeah. We'll be needing some of those. This bathroom, more radio. I could possibly get one above the toilet. Yeah. I'll probably work with that. We'll push it up and I'll probably have to change it. I'll definitely have to change the settings. And we can put it in like so. I want to measure it right. You won't do that with the settings I have, so we'll change that in a second. A rail and some toilet paper maybe would work. Oh, that's the rail. That's old. That's not the one we want. Where's the toilet paper? Here. That's a new one. We'll ditch those into place in a moment, depending on where the doors open, obviously. So it would be on that side. There's the toilet paper. Cool. Toilet paper. We'll do the opposite side of the door. So something like that inside would probably work. And then we get the door on. Then we can start on the rest. And thanks again, Dream. Stay safe. Bye. I have 4 younger sisters. They have 0 shame. Oh my god. I'm used to wild women. I was the youngest of my family. So, you know, let's say when I was, let's say at the age of, you know, maybe going out socializing, most of my siblings would have been way older and, you know, had already settled down and moved out. So, yeah, you know, I'm not really kind of used to that, being the youngest, yeah. But here we tend to work, let's say, at a certain age with a kind of large circle of friends kind of thing. I don't know what way the kids work it now, but in my day, you know. Now we can do our settings from here. Finish those. And yeah, it's just a matter of putting the pieces in. You know, at least we've done all the hard stuff. Now, we need grid snapping, and we need to turn off the global collision, and that should work it. We'll clear the weather so we don't have any problems. And we'll start to get rid of that bathroom. Took forever to glitch these together. Now, yeah, it's starting to take a long time to get into the build mode. But that happens when, you know, you've built a lot. It takes a time for it to load up. You can imagine how slow it would be, let's say, on, you know, just the ordinary Xbox X. This one is much faster with loading up, let's say, in build mode. I would say 7 times faster, I suppose. Sometimes when I was building, let's say, like this for the Xbox X, it would take maybe 5 minutes, 4.5, 5 minutes. that was nasty. Fast travel, a little bit quicker. Loading up your game is much quicker. I don't know about the graphics, to be honest. My eyesight is so bad now, I wouldn't be able to, you know, see a tiny difference. But out from that, I don't see any, you know, real difference between them. It's probably slightly able to handle bigger bills a little bit better. If I was to guess, in percentage, I'd say maybe 10% better. But I think most of the technology in these new consoles are for these better games they're apparently going to be coming out with, that would probably, you know, require more or better, better hardware, I suppose. Ah, perfect. That's what we're looking for there. Well, kind of. There. And we do the same down here. How many are we from the top? 1. Good. We can't exactly have that, can we? There, let's see if that other one is. I suppose I could push it back like that. It looks that little bit neater, I suppose. Yeah, okay, we go with that. Less of an eyesore. I would love to build on Skyrim, on that game. I don't think the game could take it. I don't think it was designed for that kind of thing. But it would be awesome, if you could build a small village or even a castle in Skyrim. I'd probably be playing that forever. But this is pretty good as well. It's still, a really good game. Building-wise, for me, I suppose it's the best. The building system in Skyrim is, pretty much set. And if we want to go here, I'd say we go center on that. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Now from getting the door on now, I think we're pretty good. These guys they've even got toilet paper. Now, we've got to be, let's say, other side of the door. Perfect. Door is going this way, yeah, that's perfectly got it right. Oh yeah, you see that centerpiece? There. That's about okay. Now this one we take a shot at we can take a shot at the doors, then doors are tedious. Oops, come on now. Yeah. The wall seems to be a little sideways, doesn't it? I think we can get away with it. There. That works. Now these are an absolute pain. might get lucky. Xbox is the worst for doing this. I can't get small movements. I think that's probably okay, to be honest. You see this one here? Something like that. As long as this doesn't push out too far. Now there's the space. I gotta get that kind of even. Wow, within reason. I think that would do. I don't mind a little space here. There. That would do. We just pull it out now. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's one cubicle. We gotta get this other guy. My god, there's the temperature shooting up. Where's my fan? Oh, I thought it was going to be pretty calm. Let me see if I might have to open a window in a moment. Yeah, the humidity is kicking in. We're supposed to have another warm spell sometime this month. Again, not really looking forward to that. Yeah, okay, not bad. That's actually not bad. It's a pity it didn't make these sort of snapped. And, without place anywhere, you were never going to get them to snap, so I don't know what the reasoning was on that one. That actually doesn't look too bad, does it? Yeah, that was quick. Yeah, I see it all. What we can do with just a tad. Well, I think we have that one. There we go, guys. That's our 2 stalls. Oh, hi, Oh, let me see. I'm so sorry. I know the pronunciation of your name. Tawiya. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? How have you been? You get me every time. It always gets me by surprise. How have you been? I hope you've been well. I think I'll have to give you a nickname. How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. I am great. Oh, that's good. I'm fine, thanks, yeah. Just the temperatures after shooting up a lot here. I am absolutely the worst with tags. My apologies. Anyone will tell you here I'm absolutely useless. Unless its name's like George or William or something. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was actually quite nice here. But within the last 30 minutes, it shot up by about 20 Fahrenheit. So it's still kind of tolerable, you know. Here, let me save this and I'll show you what we've done. Um, with the decoration here has been dragging a bit, but yeah, I don't mind that much. People's takes on it. No, it's actually quite a nice name. Yeah, we're doing actually the men's bathroom here on this. We've just finished 2 cubicles. They're pretty standard. And of course we'll be putting some urinals on this and some shaving stations here along the side. But we've just got this, a bedroom and the observation area to finish. And this will be obviously our female bedrooms in this one. With just a little water thingy there. We've got a lot of it completed now. We've basically finished all of the downstairs here. That was a bit of a grind, I'm afraid. But this is what we turned out with. You know, this kind of thing. A lot of that was glitched into place, so it took time. And of course we got this done as well. So we went with this kind of look. You know, some toy cars we had, so we thought that would be the best way of doing it. Yeah, I've done a bit, but it's taken a long time because I've only been doing this every second day, and usually I would do a little bit of time before I came on, but you know what it's like. I've been playing New Vegas, and I've been doing grinding on the challenges on that, so it's kind of taken me away from this. Oh, that's cool. Now, I actually forgot to put my 2 paintings there. I'll have to come back later and do that. And that runs through our cafeteria, our cafe. We'll get to that in a second. I had a little bit more room here, so we changed it a little bit. Oh my, I forgot to do these guys on the other ones. I keep forgetting stuff, yeah. On the other side, I forgot to put these in. I'll get around to them later. I miss so much. Oh, it's a great game. It's been a while for me since I played, I mean a while. So, it's kind of almost like a new game to me again. Now we're going to be doing bedrooms here. I've started but not finished. So we're doing something a little different. We'll have our beds here. And we still kept the kind of theatre look. And our beds here. Well, I'll need carpet and stuff, and I'll eventually think of something to do here. The bottom piece was probably the hardest unless we had to glitch them in. And that carpet is almost impossible to use. But I literally had to put a carpet down and then the floor after to get those to work. But it's the Far Harbour carpet, I wanted it here. You know, it's exactly what I need for this. But this will require a lot more decorating. But, you know, the big stuff is done. I don't know how much of this you've seen, so... And this is our smaller screen, screen 2. 2 of my favourite movies there, Blade Runner and Pitch Black. So this is just a little 9-seater. And the main screen is pretty big. It's got a balcony as well. This is screen 1 and we're showing Mars Attacks and Star Trek. Oh, Star Trek 2. Which one was that? That was the Rat of Khan, wasn't it? Yeah, it's been a long time ago since I've seen that one. So this goes into our main one. Yeah, I've changed all this. But it's 100% finished. Once we get our ushers in here and our settlers, you know, all doing their little jobs, it will look a lot better. My biggest problem in this is costumes. But I'll find something. There's got to be something I have that would work. This is the balcony area, let's say, for our main screen. But this, I think, turned out pretty okay as a kind of indoor screen. As I said, all of this is done. I did forget 2 paintings, but I'll go back later. And I forgot to add the silly, the neon lighting above it. I'll get that in a moment. I'll probably get it when I'm not streaming. This is our cafe, or coffee shop. And because of the UFO team, we've called it the Little Green Men. And we went with the kind of New Vegas sunset sarsaparilla thingy. So we went with green and the cactus. The leaves I can't get rid of, it's a decal. And I refuse to use scrapping mods, let's say, good enough to get rid of that. Too much problems. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? But it's very hard to get in mods, you know, decent costumes. Practical stuff like, let's say, doctors, nurses, policemen, you know, ushers, things like that. And I'd say it'd be pretty easy to, well, easy-ish to make, you know. This is basically a carbon copy again. And we've done the seeding and we've changed a lot of this. Let's say using the SOE rubber matting. Institute type stuff. It runs all the way around, like so. And then inside we have, well, that's the best I could do. I couldn't scrap the rubbish and I used wallpaper to hide the sides. And I put a new piece in here. Giving us a little bit more room. I put my cash register in this thingy, and just some other stuff. And our cupcake, yeah, gotta have a cupcake. Oh, was it on this part? Yeah. So this is pretty much done now. Huge amount of time for these. And this. Yeah, that was my biggest killer here, getting rid of this ugly looking stairs. Oh, I thank you. So we... and of course we have this here, we have the old speakers, down there, so... This is our projector room. The original projector is hidden by this, and that's the only thing that's, still there. So just hiding as much of it as I possibly could. And of course we went with this, the kind of astronaut theme. It was a dead space, I could have sealed it off, but, I think this is, the best use for it, really. There's been a few other minor changes as well on the front side. Neon, that was a bit of a trial. And of course we did the plants here. All the way around it was a little bit too Spartan. Maybe it's a bit much, but still it's better than the empty look. And these. Yeah, we went with these from the Red Rocket pieces. This is all finished. We used the original speakers. Didn't do much on this, to be honest. I still have to get here. Well, there's something about Starlight that makes me spend a lot of time here building. But my next project will be a home plate. So I've done it before, but I didn't have place anywhere, so it should go smoother. You know, a kind of player home, bobbleheads, magazines. Yeah, they do really make a settlement. Yeah, me too. Sometimes I go pretty much overboard. The problem is there's not a lot of nice mods with plants, and if you see one or two nice plants, you know, you have to accept a big, huge mod with a ton of junk you don't want. If there was a nice mod, let's say, just dedicated to a lot of plants and trees, you know, maybe a nice little garden features, like maybe, you know, a nice little garden bridge. You could make a little pool and, you know. Oh, nice. Yeah. I did that a while back, actually. Yeah, great gardens. Really? Yeah, has some nice plants. My problem is my mod allowance. If it's big, I pretty much used it up, you know. On console, it's only 2 gigabytes we're allowed for mods. Tiny. So I don't think I have much room left, to be honest. You know, that's a big drawback on console, you know. A huge drawback. Oh, cool. If I get around to nice costume and plans, sure. Oh, that would be cool. But let's say what I think would be a good idea. I don't know how popular it would be. Um, you know how you can get, let's say, it would probably be hard to do. Um, let's say if someone could make some settlers, strip them down a bit of dialogue, just give them a few generic lines, you know, and a few certain movements, put them in a certain costume, you know, with an invisible mat where you can literally build your settlers, if you know what I mean. You know how they're so hard, let's say, and it's so buggy to actually assign them. That can cause a lot of problems. But if you had a settler, let's say, um, in a certain costume, doing a certain thing, having a few certain lines that they would say, let's say like a mechanic or a policeman or a nurse or a doctor, and you could just literally build them and put them in place, that would be an awesome idea. Oh, hi, Biff and Bora. Thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome. I don't know how popular it would be. Yeah, the dialogue. But even if you didn't want to change the dialogue, but let's say you would have to attach them to something where they could move. You could literally build them. How complicated it is, I don't know. But apparently in Skyrim, you know, the armor dummies they have in the Hardfire homes are actually NPCs that they strip down, you know, for to carry the clothes. That's why sometimes when you come back, the dummies have actually moved out of place, or so I've heard. Stuff like that, I could see that be very successful. But, you know, even for the casual builder, you know, it would be. And I don't think, you know, it would take much file size because, you know, you could use the original settlers, I suppose. But you'd want to know a good bit, I suppose, about, you know, dialogue and stuff. But even if you left the dialogue in, you know, Hmm. Yeah, same engine. Yeah, same engine. They're basically stripped NPCs. You know, they stripped them down, but it still couldn't stop them moving. They could if they wanted to, but it never fixed it. Or so they say. Oh, thanks, Biff. I appreciate it. This is Starlight Drive, and we're doing this one on Xbox. So, we still have to do the decorating here. So, yeah. And the only three main building mods I have are SOE, USO, and Snappy House Kit. But I do have Place Anywhere, so I can change it up a bit, if you know what I mean. With a little bit more work. And that's the new look on the outside. You know, the parking signs and that. And I'm just working on the bathrooms, and then I'll furniture out this, and the bedroom will probably be the hardest. Hmm. But I suppose the secret of, you know, doing mods for console would be size. Size is everything, file size. But I suppose using the vanilla assets, you know, that wouldn't take anything. So just, you know, the tiny things you'd add, maybe a costume or something. And that's what we've done so far on this. Surprising how long it takes. 5, 6, 7 hours. Goes nowhere. This one will probably be my longest build. My longest build was 260, I think. This is going to match it, I'd say. But we're pretty careful on this one. Well, a lot of pieces glitched in, so we do them by hand, by eye, so it takes a while to do. Yeah, but I'm here for building, so I can't complain. I can't complain. So how have you been, Biff? Or shall I call you Biffin? Biffin. Yeah, Biffin. I hope you've been well. So, as I said, bedrooms. A couple of things I missed. I'm always missing stuff. But I think I've shown you all of the settlements. So we haven't I? I've showed you. I think I have. It's a pity. I lost a lot when ZeniMax was messing about with the Skyrim Anniversary Edition. I got the 0 kilobyte bug, and it ruined a lot of my saves. Well, ruined all of my saves. I had a decent. I had 21 settlements that time. A lot of them, yeah. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, cool. So, do you like to do mods? I used to do a lot of vanilla building, Biffin. But got burned out, you know. But just for my own thing, you know. I haven't been here doing this long. Well, let's say compared to most. Welcome. Yeah, most of the people out here, let's say, obviously like to build. I can show you some of the other ones I've done, Biffin, let's say the finished ones, if you want. The shortest one I did in 46 hours, which by my standards was pretty quick. That one was based on the lost city of Zinj, King Solomon's Mines. I also did, and the movie Congo. I also did the Bates Motel from the movie Psycho. I did the White House. I did a few Alcatraz. I did a few different builds. Mostly builder mods. Yeah. So, yeah, SOE, USO, and Snappy House Kit. And decorating mods then, let's say, like, obviously Creative Clutter, Silo House, Better Stores, yeah. The usual thing on console, really. Hmm. Yeah, me too. Almost exclusively, building mods. Well, that's what I've done here. This is easily going to take 250 to 300 hours to finish, but we did a ton of detail. And the ground level here is pretty complicated. The buildings are still here. Um, I don't use scrap everything because it's just too unstable for me. I do use the lighter scrapping mod called Scrap That Settlement. It just does bushes and trees and stuff. But I would only scrap these trees and bushes if it was absolutely necessary. You know the story, with scrapping stuff you shouldn't, and how it works. But I'll show you my, let's say, the shortest settlement I did, Biffin. And that's Sunshine Tidings. There's not many of us left, Biffin, to be honest. There was, let's say, maybe 2 to 3 years after release, but as the game became less and less popular, all the builders kind of moved away to other things. No, this is Sunshine Tidings. This is a mod called Grounded. It's pretty small, and it just gives you some, large boulders and rocks and stuff. But if you use it in conjunction with Place Anywhere, you can get a pretty good build from it. My original thought was to make this a large cavern, but I know exactly what this cell can take, and the cell wouldn't have taken, what I wanted to do, so I had to be careful. So I settled for large walls, and that literally goes entirely around the settlement. We've used every inch of this. I had to build up, obviously, the foundation a lot to cover the buildings. So this one took 46 hours to do this one. Well, all of these nature ones can go pretty quickly. Once you don't have the problems of building the houses and decorating, that can be pretty time consuming. So we based it on the movie Congo, 95 one I think it was, Michael Crichton novel. And basically about the lost city of Zinj, King Solomon's mines. These guys were looking for it, and yeah, it was protected by trained killer guerrillas. Well, we got the guerrillas. I don't know about being a killer. They're from better stores. I find them way more stable than, the ones from USO. I did a few test runs. I built these guys. Quit my console, turned it back on. These guys disappeared. The better stores ones were less glitchy. Yeah, they're pretty good, aren't they? They're the Institute guerrillas. Oh, there's about 7 or 8 of these guys here. So this is our lost temple. And I tried for a kind of overgrown look on this. And that's our entrance, obviously. This is more of a kind of nature thing. Now, this was my quickest by far. It went together pretty quickly. Seeing as I do maybe 6 and 8 hours sometimes streaming, so it went pretty quick. It doesn't take much to put them together, And of course we have a little base camp with our explorers. Just 5 settlers was enough. This stuff is from Creative Clutter. The true jungle. 500, yeah.
Easy living, this ain't.
I'm big into doing lights, let's say, in a settlement. So at night my settlements would look a little different.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
All of this stuff is from Creative Clutter. I use some mats called Busy Settler Rugs Xbox. Oh, they're a hit and miss, but you know, if you make sure that every settler, let's say, make sure he's assigned properly, do a save, get the next guy up, you know, you'll get through it. The bullwhip is for this guy here. We give him a kind of indie look, Indiana Jones kind of look, and of course their communications. Now, this goes all the way around here. And of course we need our waterfall. As you know, that stuff is from SOE. Yeah, lighting is a big part of a settlement. I use another mod you might be interested in, Biffin, and it's called Colored Lights Xbox. If you need to build a holotape, then it's available in your menu. But use that in conjunction again with Place Anywhere. You can do a lot with it. Yeah, we're in Indy. Yeah, Indy. Indiana Jones. Yeah. The Harrison Ford character from Raiders of the Lost Ark. And what we've done here is I've added some fish in this. They're pretty hard to use, impossible without Place Anywhere. And they're from a mod called G2M. But that's dependent on you having the Fire Harbor DLC, so I'll use as vanilla assets. But it's the only thing I ever really use from that mod. But it's quite tiny, so I don't mind having it. The water is SOE, Settlement Objects Expansion Pack. It's got a lot of different things. It's kind of like an institute type stuff. I did a huge institute build in Nuka World, a kind of Jurassic Park meets the institute kind of thing. So there's a lot of stuff in that. It's definitely well worth your while. You'll get the water panels, you know, and you can put the water in. There is a bit of a learning curve, but you can pass that learning curve with the likes of, you know, Place Anywhere. But you'll find it in the pools, let's say, in SOE. It's called Settlement Objects Expansion Pack, and there's lots of different versions. It's a very old mod and regularly updated. The mods I have, I've done at least 3,000-4,000 hours and never had a problem with them. You know, they're pretty stable. And this is our temple. We've done a kind of, you know, gorilla feeding ground on this one. And these are bits of crystal from the workbench. I just learned that curve. Yeah, there's always a learning curve on everything. If you just stick with it and, you know, find your way through it. These are just bits of crystal from the workbench, so it's, you know, the best we could do to simulate some diamonds. And this place here would kind of look kind of familiar if you've seen the movie. And it basically just goes all the way around, but we do have a diamond mine. Even fish, yeah. But our diamond mine is hidden away. But I think this is the nicest part, actually, of the settlement. And it's best to see that at night. You know, these are some bits from Creative Clutter. These are some kind of Rust Devil lanterns, and using Place Anywhere, I've just, you know, fitted them on the edges for that kind of look. So what we'll do is we'll wait till night, and I'll show you the diamond mine. It was pretty easy to do, and it didn't take much to do it, but it worked out pretty well. Oh, why thank you, Biffin. My first Fallout 4 playthrough, I joined the Institute because I was actually in control. I could fix the world. Nice. It's very handy to have the cheat terminal. Biffin, you can control the weather. And, you know, you get all the stuff you need for building. You could do it fast traveling away, getting the stuff. You would get a lot of bugs pretty quickly. You know, when you start to build like this. pretty useless in Far Harbor, but it works on these. So this is the look. We just use the yellow lights from Colored Lights Xbox, and we just push them into the trees. And you're best off doing this at night, because you really don't know what kind of, look you're going to get. The colouring, let's say here, are the Omni light source from SOE. They're pretty vivid, but they kind of work here. And of course our diamond mine. I would switch on the synths, yeah. I had a really nice synth factory in Boston Airport. I thought it was funny, putting a synth factory right next to the Brotherhood. And the settlers I had were dressed in synth uniforms. And the bug there where the settlers would walk out of the settlement and mingle with the Brotherhood? Yeah, they were doing that. It was quite funny. We based that on the iRobot movie. The synth factory. So this is our diamond mine here. We've done that, the hidden entrance, behind the waterfall kind of thing. On this one. This did not take long to do. The plants are the vanilla plants, the potted ferns. I've just glitched them in to do that. Just a few lamps here and there, and placing the boulders in the right position. And this is our little diamond mine, complete with shovel. And it's just a matter of placing them in the right order to make a step. And that's sunshine tidying, guys. This is my quickest build. Oh, well, thank you, Lantern. Yes, I'll give SOE a try. I spotted it on Nexus Mods. But not tried it yet. Oh, cool. Well, you're on PC. You'll get a lot better mods than me. I'm on Xbox, and we just have 2 gigabytes to work with. So, with that amount of mods, you have to, sometimes kind of think outside the box to try and get things done and make use of the pieces you have. Oh, well, thank you, Biffin. So that's what I've done here. I will show you another one that's probably my favorite build, but only I really like historical buildings. But I have 4 settlements on this save. I know it's not a done thing, but I did put 4 on this, so we'll fast travel through to the next settlement. This is another one here that I'll show you some other time. It's a Red Rocket themed biker bar. This is Echo Lake Lumber. A beast of a settlement to get done. It's, in my opinion, the second hardest next to Bunker Hill to actually get any kind of look going on it. But this is Echo Lake Lumber. But I'll show you the one I want you to see for a moment at least. And it's Dalton Farm. Now I will be constantly changing the weather. It's brutal, the weather here. So here we have our little harbour. This is our way in and off this settlement. We've got our presidential launch. Secret Service guy here. And we did a little bit on this. security guard office here, satellite dish, and you know, that kind of thing. And this leads up actually to the settlement up here. Let us just clear the weather, it's annoying here. We've done this kind of ground level greenhouse kind of effect that runs all the way around the settlement. This is my favorite. But this didn't take a ton of time either. But this is the second time I did this one because the first one I lost the save due to that bug. So we have our Paul Revere statue. We've got our main pool and fountain, 2 Minutemen statues here. And this looks really nice at night. It's just the weather. This is our White House. It's not a bad try, you know, with the pieces I have. No, this is from USO, and this is an exact replica of the Bunker Hill monument, and for us it made a decent Washington needle in the background. And of course our Franklin grave. We still have access to the tower. And as you can see, it's an exact replica of that one. Just one piece, and I put it in. I rarely use one piece things, but this was ideal for what I needed it for, you know. But the weather here is a curse. Now I'll clear the weather one more time and we'll go inside. I would live by the waterfall, so yeah. It's a pity how they really messed up weather on this DLC. So, we've got another agent here feeding some fish. And we've got 2 guards outside the front door. Inside we went for a kind of 1800s look, kind of Victorian look. Only because we had to.
One day at a time. Come on now.
We've got a double staircase and that leads up to 16 bedrooms. We have our reception area. And down here we have our press room. Of course we have our president. He's waiting to meet the press. Now I did get an update in Creative Clutter which messed up the candles I added. So I'll have to come back here and replace those on the tables. But you know, never got around to doing it. Oh, I think this is Wales, the weather. Yeah, it's like Ireland as well. The weather is horrible. Always raining and... I'll chair it again. Yeah, yeah, same here. We've got similar weather. This is our kitchen.
What are you looking at?
But my biggest build is ridiculous, Biffin. Not Spectacle Island. It's a miracle we can load that save up on Xbox. That's huge. We did a cathedral based on Salisbury Cathedral in the UK with a large graveyard. That is mega huge. That took up about 90% of the island. It was ambitious for Xbox, but it's a tiny bit unstable. But it's still loading, you know? It didn't really give us problems till the last day in building, and then we had to kind of, you know, move out. Wales, oh yeah, mysterious. Yeah, it's the fog and the rain. I do know that that Caesar wasn't fond of it. Yeah, the Romans were not fond of it. Kind of kept him at bay, didn't it? This is our dining room. You see where creative clutter messed me up. I'll have to come back here and replace these, but I never got a chance to. And this is our first lady. And this is our library. Again with the candles. I'll have to make time to come back and replace those. And that's our library. Now, upstairs. 2 stairways. A little recreation area. We have actually a secret entrance here. And in there we actually took a stab at the Oval Office, which we'll show you in a moment. So 4 bedrooms here, 4 here, 4 there, and 4 on each corner. They're, you know, entirely replicas, exactly the same. My wife is Welsh. I hate her so much. I think she is a witch. Well, we have something in common then. I think my wife is a witch also. So the bedrooms are all actually done the same. You know, radio, you know, candle, bed, all that sort of thing. So they're all identical. And the layouts and the other ones are identical as well. Exactly all the same. And it's the same basically on these. I always do my bedrooms identical, with a few exceptions. And then we have the Oval Office. Well, it was as oval as I could get it, I'm afraid. So we got our desk. And just a little seating area. And this goes out onto a balcony area. And then there's the lighting. It's the only other thing of significance here. So just wait for the right time. Hmm. Hmm. She was artistic. As this, I'd give her a pass. Oh, I see. Oh, just little things, you know, just to try and make it a little bit different, you know. Knights of the Round Table. Yeah. Now,
Every day another harbor.
weather causes a lot of problems in this, even in vanilla lighting, so we do this one more time. So that's the kind of look we have. And just look at that sky. The sky is absolutely amazing. I think I took a screenshot of this. I liked it so much. And the scenery from my Xbox. And that is a beautiful sky. Same thing, yeah? So that's Dalton Farm, guys, in Far Harbour. Well, that would be my favourite screenshot. Hmm. Exactly, something like that. The best of both worlds. It is really nice, isn't it? View. That's the first thing I noticed when I finished. And the trees are opening up just enough. Now, I can show one more that's actually a little bit fun, Biff, if you're interested. And this is our take on Bates Motel. You know, from the old Hitchcock Psycho movie. It was also a TV series as well, I think. Serial killer guy ran a motel, murdered his guests, was actually quite mad, refused to believe his mum was dead, and stored her in his room on a rocking chair. So we did a kind of funny take on that. The guy was called Norman Bates, I think played by the actor, what was his name again? Oh, I forget his name. Oh, I'll think of it eventually. But that one is quite funny. In this, Norman is a ghoul, so that's how he survived so long. He set up shop at what was the name of that settlement? Coop Manor. That's the one. And you know, rebuilt the hotel, and now he's actually murdering Vault 111 settlers. So I'll show you that one. That was actually quite funny. It's Croup Manor. There it is. So this is more of a fix-up. It is. It is. It's basically a fix-up, Biff. The building is still here, and we just did our best to fix it up. It wasn't a bad fix-up. You know, seeing that it is on Xbox. Well, we've got, you know, settler here doing gardening.
Lost track of how many blisters I
A little carport. A few birds here and there. Guy doing painting. Or settlement sign. I'm always big into settlement signs. That's the original piece that was here. You know, the Bates Motel. And birds we put on this is a kind of reference to the Hitchcock movie, The Birds. Yes, true. True lantern. And we have another settler here doing a barbecue. It's a pity I didn't have a buzzard. A vulture. That would have been cool. and we did a big fix-up on this. Now, first of all, I'll do a quick rounds of the outside. So we managed to get it pretty neat. Oh, what's that? And this is mostly Snappy House kit. It's very, very good for fix-ups, you know. It's got most of the original pieces, but you totally have to use Place Anywhere, you know. Now inside, we did a lot of work on this one inside. Took a bit of time. I think this took 96 hours, but not bad for a fix-up. We have our sign here, obviously, for all toilets welcome. Now this runs into our reception area. And this is where Norman is. As I said, we made him a ghoul. And he's the only guy that's not dressed, let's say, as a vault settler.
The farm's not much, but
And
it's
there he is.
something.
He doesn't look much like a serial killer, does he? So this is our reception area.
If you work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
The roof is probably the hardest thing to fix. And this runs into our kitchen. Sim Settlements. Oh, that's
Take
nice.
things one day at a time.
Yeah, a good few friends of mine are into sim settlements like Granny Vats. She does a lot of sim settlements. These would have been a lot of this, let's say, glitched together, you know, to do this.
Yeah?
So that's our kitchen area. Now, we do have, obviously, the famous shower scene as well. You know, the murder scene from the movie. We've even got the dead mum in the bedroom thing. Yeah. So this is our bar. And this goes down to our cellar.
So much care for good neighbor. That place is nothing.
Well, that's another cell where you can't really, you know, build in that one. But we did move our workbench down here, and we put a settler there doing repairs. That's a mod I use as well, Biffin. It's called Settlement Electricity Overhaul. It's actually quite good. You know, you don't have to use any wires in that. Covers a vast area, gives you way more power than you ever need. But if you ever need to move it, I would suggest that you would store it and rebuild it instead of moving it. It can crash your game. You use that one, cool. Well, you know the problems then about moving it. But in fairness, it does say that in the mod. This is our recreational area. And I'll go into build mode in a minute. I'll scrap a few things and I'll show you how, we managed to get this thing together. Took a bit of time. They're one of my favorites as well, Radiation King from New Vegas. They kind of worked here. And of course the backing on that fireplace is the old trick we used to use. In vanilla, the reversed painting thing. It does, yeah, it does. Now, we did a music room here because we had a piano and a guitar. That was the only reason. So that was good enough for us to make a music room. Now, of course, this is our shower scene here. We got the bloody rug, bloody mat, and we have our murder victim, murder weapon, and this, which was a nice touch. Beware the sign of the devil, 111. So, it was basically, let's say, when I seen the style of the old house here, it did remind me of Bates Motel, the original movie. Then, let's say, when I discovered I had the Vault 111 pieces, and especially this, I went with, Vault 111 team. So that's our murder scene. Now upstairs we have 2 guest rooms and Norman's room. This is guest room number 1. Guest room number 2. Yeah, pretty similar. And of course Norman's room. Oh, why thank you, Biffin. This is a howl. We had so much fun. We laughed for days after this one. We have our home sweet home thingy here. The medical bag and the medical cooler. The wheelchair. And this is Norman's mum. Now, the skeleton is not static. We had a ton of problems with this. Every time we would leave the skeleton on the bed, it would glitch and jump all over the place. Like when you kill an enemy in the dungeons in Oblivion. It's a thing I call the Oblivion dance. The collision thing. So, what we did was we glitched in some rubber mats. You can see here on the side. And that was enough to stabilize the skeleton. Now, the first time we dropped the skeleton, it was lying on its back with its knees up. Oh, very, very undignified. So we quickly, it took about 5 tries, and that was the most dignified pose we could get. Ideally, I would want both legs straight, but we had to settle for that one. But it took about 20 minutes just to get that into place. But it's very, very stable. It's a pity it wasn't static, And in the original movie, his dead mum was in a rocking chair. We couldn't do that, but this was the best thing we could do. So we've got the handcuffs, the oil, the whole 9 yards, yeah. Yeah. No, there's a lot to lore. You'd want to do a lot of reading on the computers and, actually listen to the characters. And that's Norman's room. I even went with the lace curtains. Oh, and of course the coffin candles, disturbing portrait. And there you go, guys. That is Croup Manor, aka Bates Motel. It took, let me see, let's say 4 days, so what's that, 24, 40, 96 hours, less 10 minutes to do that. It would be done a lot quicker if there was no building here, but you know, all of this takes time. Now let me just go into build mode for a moment, and we can easily load it up again. So it's just basically patching, you know, doing the best you can with the patching of it. Now the stuff here, I really don't scrap unless I have to. So that's the original ground level. That's original as well. This I've just added, you know, as an extra. That's all original. And this here, these are the pieces from Snappy House. And as you can see, I've just put that over the original broken one. And basically pretty much the same with these. But you're not doing that, let's say, without Place Anywhere. And then some of these I've added myself, let's say. Some were done by the developers. This was just a roof system here, so I wanted an extra room, so we built it out a little bit on that. And we built ourselves an extra room there. The old damage is still here. It's just I managed to hatch it up. That's the original damage. And then it's just about really patching it over. There's a lot of boost you can set up a deal with Father to prove sins. Oh yeah, probably. And the rest is just decoration, you know? You know, you'd build these and they snap together pretty nicely, and then when you get stuck, you know, around the edges, you do a little glitching like that. You get it all nice and blended. And that's Group Manor. Okay, let's load up, guys, and I'll show some more some other time, and we'll just get back and see how much more. How long have I been on? Oh, I've almost up to my time. I tried to do 6 hours and I've almost done it. Oh, I can do another few minutes on this. Just get a little bit done. Yeah, basically yard work, yeah. I did on my save that I lost, I did build Sanctuary, I haven't gotten to it yet on this round. But I did upload my sanctuary build to YouTube. That's the best I can do. You see, I had 21 settlements, Biffin. And I had 7 uploaded. And then not long after, I was a bit slow uploading the rest. I got that bug and lost my saves because of the cloud. The only ones I managed to save out of the 21 was Sanctuary, Red Rocket, Abernathy Farm, Sunshine Tidings, Starlight Drive-In, the old one, the Slog, and Green Top Nursery. They were the only 7 I managed to save out of the 21. Those, luckily enough, I uploaded. I think I've got about 16 settlements on it now, and there's still 2 or 3 more I haven't gotten around to putting up yet. I'm getting a bit lazy. You see, I do a settlement tour as well, and some of them take a long time. The ones I lost would have been, I had Hangman's Alley. There was quite a few. The airport, tons of them. Yeah, there's 16 on that. The latest Hangman's Alley one I'll have to go over again, because YouTube didn't pick up my voice. It's pretty low, but it's only a 15-minute one. Hangman's is pretty small. I still to do 2 more as well. The one I showed you, what's it called? I still have to do Spectacle Island. I've got to upload that, and I still have to do Sunshine Tidings. Yeah. But it's actually exactly 6 hours, and I think I'll leave it here, guys, because I need to get a couple of hours sleep. I have another appointment today, unfortunately, that I'm not looking forward to. So I'll need my wits about me. But I have been streaming 6 hours, and anytime I can manage to do that, it's good. So I think I'll leave it here. And yeah, I'm here every day, so I'll be back tomorrow at the same time, 1 a.m. my time, so that's about 7 or 8, I think, depending on where you are, US time. But what we'll do is we'll do a raid, and we'll raid some of our friends, and yeah, we'll see what's happening. And you too, Roadrunner, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. To everyone also. And take care and stay safe. And nice to meet you too, Biffin. I appreciate you stopping by, and I appreciate the fall. And stay safe. And you too, Lantern. Have a good one. Oh, nice. We'll raid Granny Vats. Lovely. I've been waiting for a chance. I've been waiting for ages to raid Granny. I hope you guys will stay on for the raid. Granny is a very nice lady. Plays a lot of Skyrim. Really nice person. So what we'll do is I'll quickly say my goodbyes to everyone I can. And then we'll go raid. We'll raid Granny. So goodbye, Roadrunner, Lantern, Biffin. Take care, guys, and stay safe, and thanks for stopping by. Also Jill, Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, and Tawijia, or Tawiya, sorry. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see what else was on. Also, Chance, take care, Chance. Hope you have a good day. And let me see. And Dream, of course. Stay safe, Dream. And of course, Suburban Werewolf. Thanks for hanging out, Wolf. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great day. Yes, she is. Nice. Yeah, we'll be going straight there in a moment, Lantern. just want to say goodbye to as many people as I can, and then we'll head on over. And of course, Soul. Yeah, take care, Soul, and I hope you have a good day at work today. And that's everyone I can see. I think I mentioned Jill, Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, and of course Tigger. Yeah, stay safe, Tigger. And my apologies if I missed anyone, guys, but to everyone who's watching, thanks for stopping by, for lurking, for hanging out. I appreciate the support. I hope everyone has a great day and stay safe. As I said, I shall return tomorrow at the same time. I should be able to, keep doing this 6-hour thing for as long as I can. We'll see. So let's pop on over, guys, to Granny Vats, and we'll show her some support. Nice, nice. And I hope you have a great day also, Lantern. And stay safe. Now, let's see who's streaming.